Chapter 54. Wu Zuihong's sarcasm caused Lu Qingmei to frown and say, "Teacher Wu, don't go too far. Don't think that I don't know that this time it was you who played tricks behind the scenes. If it wasn't for you repeatedly making requests to the school, would the school make such a decision on Tang Zheng?" Wu Zuihong coldly laughed and said, "I am doing this for the school's benefit. Is there a problem? Is there a need for you to target Tang Zheng like this? Am I targeting him? What I said is the truth. He is dead last and the school's resources are wasted on him." Wu Zuihong disdainfully said. "The school's responsibility is to educate and not to give up on any student. Even if you want to educate, the other party must be a promising talent. Tang Zheng is such a useless person, letting him take the college entrance exam is an insult to the college entrance exam." Tang Zheng indifferently looked at Wu Zuihong and said, "Old witch, you said that me taking the college entrance exam is an insult to the college entrance exam. Then what is not an insult to the college entrance exam?" Lu Qingmei looked at Tang Zheng in astonishment. She did not think that after receiving such unbearable treatment, he could still be so calm. "Of course it is to get good grades and enter a good university." "Then what are your so-called good grades?" In any case it won't be your dead last result. If I wasn't dead last in the college entrance exam, what would you say? If you weren't dead last, then what's the difference between dead last and dead last?" Wu Zuihong ridiculed. "Then what about being first in the school?" "First in the school, so you are this arrogant. Do you want to be first in the school? If you are able to get first in the school, then You what? I will admit that I have eyes but cannot see and am not fit to be a teacher." "Good. If I am able to get first in the school, then you will be kicked out of the teaching team because you are not fit to be a teacher. I promise you, but you won't have the chance." Wu Zuihong was full of confidence and complacency. "But if you don't get first place in the school, I want you to kowtow to me in front of all the teachers and students. With so many teachers as witnesses today, I believe that you won't go back on your word. Let's wait and see. We'll see after the college entrance exam." Tang Zheng gave a strange smile. This smile made Wu Zuihong startled, and an uneasy feeling rose in her heart for no reason. Why would I have such an absurd feeling? He's just a useless person. Maybe he'll make some progress, but how can he be the first in school? That's impossible. Moreover, he has to collect more than 100,000 yuan in tuition fees within a week to not be expelled. Otherwise, he won't even be able to take part in the college entrance exam, so how can he be the first? With his family's situation, 100,000 yuan was simply an astronomical figure. Even if he sold everything in his family, it wouldn't be worth that much money. So, I definitely won. Tang Zheng, you've gone against me so many times. Just wait until you kowtow to me and admit your wrongs, Wu Zuihong proudly thought. Lu Qingmei didn't even have time to interject before the two agreed on this bet. Lu Qingmei secretly sighed. Tang Zheng was too young and impetuous. How could he recklessly bet on this kind of thing? Tang Zheng, you're really too impatient. I'll privately go find Teacher Wu and see if he can cancel this bet. Lu Qingmei obviously didn't want to see Tang Zheng be humiliated in the future. "Teacher Lu, there's no need. Don't tell me you don't believe in me." Tang Zheng winked at her. Lu Qingmei was startled. From Tang Zheng's eyes, she saw a strong self-confidence. It was as if the school's first place was within his reach. Lu Qingmei shook her head. This was definitely an illusion. She firmly said, "Tang Zheng, this isn't a child's play. Since you don't want to cancel the bet, then I, as a teacher, will do my part. From today onwards, after school, I'll give you extra lessons." "Extra lessons?" "Teacher Lu, there's no need. Of course. I've said before that I won't give up on any student. You are my student, so of course I won't give up on you. But Tang Zheng, I still want to make it clear to you. These 2 months will be very hard on you, but you will reap the rewards of your hard work. So persevere. Lu Qingmei encouraged. Tang Zheng bitterly smiled. His time was already tight and he didn't expect that she would take up a portion of it. But he also couldn't refuse her good intentions. Wait for me after school. I'll take you to my home for extra lessons. Home? Of course it's home. If you take extra lessons at school and the other students see that I'm giving you special treatment, they will definitely complain. Oh, I got it. Tang Zheng dejectedly walked out of the office. Tian Chanzi's voice suddenly sounded, "Little brat, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that your skills have advanced by leaps and bounds, you need even more purine energy to balance your body. Also, you don't have any plans to eat that girl Fang Shishir. So, spend more time with Lu Qingmei and absorb her purine energy. It will be very beneficial for you." Lu Qingmei had a mysterious yin body. The purine energy in her body was much richer than Fang Shishir's and Yidingdang's. It was also much more beneficial for Tang Zheng. Tian Chanzi, how can your thoughts be so dirty? How are you like an expert cultivator? Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How is my thoughts dirty? I'm doing this for your sake, okay? Humph, a dog biting Lu Dongbin, you don't recognize my good intentions. Anyway, I'm telling you, you can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must absorb more of her purine energy. If you can have some physical contact with her, that would be even better. Tian Chanzi wouldn't let go of any opportunity to make Tang Zheng stronger. I've spent all my money. What should I do about the 100,000 or so yuan tuition? Tang Zheng didn't expect that he would have to worry about money so soon. If he hadn't been so extravagant in the ordinary balance courtyard a few days ago, the tuition wouldn't have been a problem at all. Forget it, I can't think of a good way at the moment. Anyway, there's still a week. If there's really no way in the end, I'll just go to the ordinary balance courtyard's casino and win another 100,000. This is a small amount, so it shouldn't arouse suspicion. Tang Zheng returned to the classroom. Everyone looked at him with a complicated expression. Most of them were pity and sympathy. Boss, with your level, how can you only get such a small score? There must be a problem with the grading teacher. Let's go check the papers. Feng Yong said indignantly. Feng Yong, there's no problem. I only got such a small score. Feng Yong was dumbstruck. Only after a while did he say, how is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Then what did Teacher Lu call you for? She said she wanted to tutor me. F*CK, that's too good. She's going to tutor you alone. Feng Yong's eyes lit up. He couldn't believe it and was endlessly envious. Tang Zheng nodded his head and said, keep your voice down. Don't make this kind of thing public. Right, don't make it public. Feng Yong had a tacit understanding expression, boss, I finally know why you only got such a small score. So it turns out you were planning far ahead. Did you already know that if your score was low, Teacher Lu would tutor you alone? This plan is too ingenious. How come I didn't think of it? Tang Zheng was dumbstruck. He didn't think that Feng Yong would think this way. Feng Yong prostrated himself in admiration. He continued to talk non-stop, boss, actually everyone wants to interact with Teacher Lu more. After all, she is a super beauty. Her temperament and her beauty can make people's hearts surge. Hi hey, this time boss, you're in luck. Feng Yong, I really didn't think that way. Tang Zheng helplessly explained. Denying it is useless. Everyone is well aware of it. There's no need to explain. Feng Yong laughed. Yi Dingdang finally couldn't bear it anymore and turned her head. She coldly stared at the two and said, why are you guys' heads filled with such messy and dirty thoughts? I'm not. Tang Zheng hurriedly denied. Yi Dingdang gave a, you're so gullible, expression which made Tang Zheng speechless. Sister Dingdang, food and sex are part of human nature. This is human nature. Do you understand? Feng Yong said as if he didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he felt proud. It's more like the nature of a pervert. After school, Tang Zheng told Fang Shishir about the tutoring. Fang Shishir was very happy. Even though she knew that Tang Zheng was already very strong, but with a teacher's tutoring, it would be better. Only then would the college entrance exam be more secure. The school quieted down. Tang Zheng stood alone in front of the school building when a mini stopped beside him. "Get in!" Lu Qingmei shouted. Lu Qingmei drove very quietly. She didn't like to talk, unlike Feng Xinyang who chattered non-stop. "You haven't eaten dinner yet?" "No." "What do you want to eat?" "Anything. I'm not picky. Buying groceries to cook is too much of a waste of time. Let's buy some fast food to bring back." Lu Qingmei stopped the car in front of a KFC and got out. Not long after, she carried a bag and walked out. Finally, the Mini stopped in the underground garage of a high-end apartment. Even though Tang Zheng didn't know much about housing prices, after all, he had been in ordinary balance for so many years. He had some understanding of the ordinary balance. Lu Qingmei lived in a neighborhood that was definitely not cheap. It seemed like her family was quite good. "I live alone so my house is a bit messy. I hope you don't mind." Before entering the door, Lu Qingmei said shyly for the first time. Seeing her bashful appearance, Tang Zheng couldn't help but stare blankly. In his heart, he thought that she was really charming. An ice beauty occasionally revealing a bashful appearance was simply a great killer. "Teacher Lu is too modest. You're so beautiful so your house definitely won't be messy," Tang Zheng said. But when the door opened, Tang Zheng realized that his words were too early. Her house was really messy. However, her house was only messy and not dirty. The floor was very clean, but things were scattered everywhere, making it look very messy. Lu Qingmei embarrassedly said, "Sit down, I'll tidy up a bit." After speaking, she hurriedly tidied up. "Teacher Lu, do you need my help?" "No need. You can just sit down." Tang Zheng sat on the sofa and watched her rush around the room. He couldn't help but sigh, so a woman's private space is like this. I wonder if Shishir's room is also this messy. While thinking, he sized up the room. This was a 2-bedroom apartment. The decorations were very warm and had a feminine charm. "Tang Zheng, can you stand up?" Suddenly, Lu Qingmei said to Tang Zheng with a red face. Her eyes were fixed on where Tang Zheng was sitting. Chapter 55. The atmosphere instantly became awkward, and there was even a trace of ambiguity. Both of them were silent. This was the first time Tang Zheng saw a woman's underwear at such a close distance. His face immediately turned red. The black underwear quickly enlarged and jumped into his eyes and finally jumped into his heart. Lu Qingmei wished she could find a hole to hide in. She was used to living alone so she was used to leaving her clothes in a mess. Moreover, no one came to her house so it wasn't a problem. However, today Tang Zheng came and thus such an awkward situation occurred. Although Lu Qingmei was used to leaving her things in a mess, her memory was very good. She just finished tidying up her things and realized that she was missing a pair of underwear. Only then did she remember that she took it from the balcony and threw it on the sofa. That was why she asked Tang Zheng to stand up. She didn't expect that he would really sit on it. Seeing her bewildered appearance, Tang Zheng mysteriously picked up the underwear and asked, "Teacher Lu, are you looking for this?" God, he actually used his hand to pick up her underwear. That was her most private thing. Moreover, he touched the most private part of her body. She felt a strange feeling in her body. Lu Qingmei snatched the underwear and flew into the bedroom. Tang Zheng could even hear her breathing become hurried. Seeing her slightly embarrassed appearance, Tang Zheng couldn't help but laugh. So the ice goddess also had this side. If other people knew that I saw Teacher Lu's underwear, I wonder what they would think. However, the black underwear is really sexy. Moreover, it has lace. I wonder if she wears it. Tang Zheng didn't dare to continue thinking. As a virgin, this kind of scene was too stimulating. He could already feel his body having a reaction. A small tent was set up below. Cough cough. Lu Qingmei walked out again. Her face was still a bit red. Suddenly, her gaze was fixed on Tang Zheng's lower body. It was as if she was paralyzed. He actually had a reaction. Damn it! Tang Zheng realized his embarrassment and hurriedly sat down, finally covering up his ugly appearance. He's still a child after all. He's young and impetuous. I'll forgive him this time. Lu Qingmei took a deep breath and tried to control herself. Let's eat first, then we'll start tutoring. Lu Qingmei's attitude was much colder. She hoped to use this coldness to cover up the awkwardness just now. Tang Zheng used his inner energy to suppress his restless thoughts. The two of them had a simple dinner together and then began to make up for the missed lessons. Lu Qingmei was an English teacher. At first, Tang Zheng thought that she was only good at English. But when she started tutoring, he realized that he had underestimated her. Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, she was proficient in all of them. She was even more lively and interesting than many of the teachers in this class. She must have been a top student back then, Tang Zheng guessed. But why did she want to be a teacher? Logically speaking, she's so good at studying and has a good family background. She could have done other jobs. Tang Zheng suppressed his curiosity. This was someone else's secret. He didn't have the right to ask. He didn't know that Lu Qingmei gradually had a lot of questions about him. Although Tang Zheng tried his best to hide his strength, he couldn't completely hide it. Lu Qingmei gradually realized that he was actually very smart. He didn't look like someone who got last place in the exam at all. I heard that his memory is getting worse, and he gets a headache when he thinks about problems. But why doesn't he have a headache when he's thinking about problems? Could it be, he's deliberately hiding his strength? She was shocked by her own speculation. But why would he hide his strength? Don't all students want to get good grades? She realized that she didn't know Tang Zheng as well as she thought. He seemed to have a mysterious aura and a temperament. Although he had the inexperience of people his age, he had a calming feeling that made people involuntarily want to get close to him. Why do I have this kind of feeling? She was startled. Now that Tang Zheng had stepped into the third grade refining qi, his entire aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. Unknowingly, he had reached a state of harmony with the world around him. This naturally affected the people around him, causing them to feel a sense of tranquility. Okay, today's tutoring will end here. Go back and properly digest what you've learned today. I'll send you back. No need. This place isn't far from my home. I can walk back myself. Okay then. Go back and rest well. After sending off Tang Zheng, Lu Qingmei leaned against the door. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Today I was looking for trouble for myself. I hope he doesn't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, I'll be embarrassed. If he dares to tell anyone, see how I'll deal with him. Tonight I must properly tidy up my room. In the future, I can't let today's problems happen again. Otherwise, my reputation will be ruined." When Tang Zheng returned home, his grandfather was very happy. This was because the teacher actually gave Tang Zheng tutoring. He believed that this was the teacher's love for Tang Zheng. He repeatedly urged him to study hard and not let down the teacher's painstaking efforts. First grade true fire is the dividing line between ordinary fire and true fire. Only true fire can refine pills. Of course, when true fire is cultivated to a certain level, it can also be used to defend against enemies. Everyone has a fire seed in their body. However, most people don't know the method to ignite the fire seed. I will now teach you the method to ignite the fire seed. Tian Chanzi passed on a mnemonic chant. Tang Zheng silently memorized it. According to the mnemonic chant, he guided his true qi to his dantian. His dantian suddenly became warm, just like a furnace. The fire seed is hidden in your dantian. It has no shadow and is invisible to the naked eye. However, it is there. Only when you ignite the fire seed will you be able to see a small ball of flame. The true qi in his 9 major meridians gathered in his dantian. Tang Zheng felt his body turn into a fireball. It was as if his body was going to burn. You have the 9 yang saint body. Your body has a lot of pure yang energy. Therefore, igniting the fire seed is a small matter. As long as you follow the mnemonic chant, there will be no problem. Tian Chanzi said. Hearing this, Tang Zheng was filled with confidence. After igniting the fire seed and cultivating true fire, he would be able to refine pills. With pills, he would be able to quickly increase his cultivation. The true qi in his dantian quickly flowed and rotated. Soon, it formed a true qi vortex. Your true qi is sufficient. The fire seed will be ignited soon. Huh? What's going on? Tian Chanzi's voice suddenly changed. Where is your true qi? Why did your true qi disappear? He saw the true qi vortex that was rotating at high speed disappear into thin air. It was as if it had never appeared. His dantian became empty, without a trace of true qi. Tang Zheng was also stunned. Didn't Tian Chanzi say that igniting the fire seed would succeed? What is going on? Where did the true qi go? Where is the fire seed? Why can't I see a trace of fire? Tian Chanzi, is this what you meant by success? Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since he started cultivating, every time he succeeded, it was completely beyond Tian Chanzi's expectations. But this time, Tian Chanzi was full of confidence, but he failed. How can this be? Igniting the fire seed isn't that difficult. How can you fail? You have the 9 yang saint body. Logically speaking, it should be easier for you to ignite the fire seed. Tian Chanzi was also stunned and confused. The true qi in Tang Zheng's body had almost disappeared, and he was not willing to fail like this, so he hurriedly urged his power, allowing the remaining true qi to enter his dantian. Shwa! The true qi was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing. This time, even the true qi vortex did not appear. It just disappeared into thin air like a magic trick. Tian Chanzi, quickly tell me, what happened to me? I don't know. You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? No, this must be because you have the 9 yang saint body. Didn't you say that the 9 yang saint body was very awesome? How can you not do something as simple as this? Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Moreover, the 9 yang saint body has many secrets, so how would I know? Let's try again tomorrow. Who knows? Tian Chanzi stammered. Tang Zheng secretly sighed. It seems that there is no way to get an answer from Tian Chanzi. Let's try again tomorrow. The next day, Lu Qingmei walked into the office. Her expression was normal, but her heart was apprehensive. She looked at her classmates from time to time and found that no one was looking at her strangely. Only then did she relax. It seems that Tang Zheng did not tell anyone about last night's embarrassing incident. Boss, how was your time with the teacher last night? Hee. After class, Feng Yong gossiped. Nothing happened. What do you mean nothing happened? A single man and a single woman in a room. Don't tell me nothing happened. Feng Yong asked expectantly. Tang Zheng subconsciously thought of the black underwear. His face was calm as he said, I say, what is your brain thinking all day? She is a teacher and I am a student. What could have happened? It's because they are teacher and student that it's exciting. Isn't it always like this in movies? Scram. I find that you are more and more like an animal. Ring ring ring. Tang Zheng's cell phone rang. It turned out to be Feng Xinyang's number. He looked at Yi Dingdang in surprise and picked up the phone. Hello, Auntie. Are you looking for me? Little handsome brother, how are you recently? Not bad. Did you miss me? AI, it seems like you didn't miss me. But as long as you miss my family's ding-dang, that's enough. Feng Xinyang generously said, Little handsome brother, let me tell you a big news. What news? Come to my house for dinner tonight and I will tell you. Auntie, I have been taking remedial classes recently. I don't have time. Tang Zheng could not stand her constantly trying to matchmake him and Yi Dingdang, so he tactfully refused. You are so smart. Why do you still need remedial classes? Moreover, this matter is much more important than remedial classes. Little handsome brother, you must come. And today I don't have time to pick up Dingdang. You have to escort her home. This. Chapter 56. Feng Xinyang called you? Yi Dingdang asked curiously. Obviously, she heard Feng Xinyang's voice. Yes, she asked me to go to your house for dinner. What is she up to now? She is your mother. How would I know? She also said that she won't pick you up after school and asked me to go home with you. Yi Dingdang's eyes rolled around. What was wrong with Feng Xinyang? No, she had to figure it out. She had experienced enough of her mother's whims, so she couldn't be at ease until she figured out the other party's intentions. However, when she called, Feng Xinyang directly refused to pick up. Later, when she called again, the other party directly turned off the phone. Feng Xinyang, if you dare to mess around, I will break up with you. Yi Dingdang gritted her teeth and angrily thought. Taking advantage of the break after class, Tang Zheng went to the office to ask for leave from Lu Qingmei. He couldn't attend tonight's makeup class. Lu Qingmei kindly agreed. Tang Zheng didn't know that last night's thrilling makeup class made Lu Qingmei's heart not completely calm down. Tang Zheng's proposal was exactly what she wanted. After school, Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang took a taxi directly to Yi Dingdang's home. As soon as they entered the door, Tang Zheng noticed that the atmosphere in the Ye family seemed to have changed. Yi Dingdang also noticed. She curiously looked around and finally fixed her eyes on a luxury car in the parking lot. You have guests. The two walked into the living room and Feng Xinyang hurriedly greeted them. She grabbed Tang Zheng and nervously said, Little handsome brother, there's an emergency. What emergency? Tang Zheng was surprised by her appearance and had a stomach full of questions. Feng Xinyang, are you crazy again? You're the crazy one. You have no respect for your elders. I am your mother. You don't look like a mother at all. Yi Dingdang speechlessly said. Feng Xinyang didn't have time to continue bickering with Yi Dingdang and mysteriously said, Little handsome brother, this is related to your and Dingdang's lifelong happiness. Don't you think it's an emergency? Tang Zheng found that the other party was talking more and more nonsense. He couldn't help but bitterly smile and said, Auntie, just say it. Why did you call me here in such a hurry? Didn't I say that this is related to your and Dingdang's lifelong happiness? Someone came to our house to propose marriage. Propose? Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang coincidentally. Yes, this is a sudden attack. I also didn't expect it. But don't worry, I will definitely not agree to this matter. Ma, I am only 18 years old, what kind of marriage are you talking about? Is this something that you caused? Yi Dingdang said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Regarding Feng Xinyang's ability to cause trouble, she was extremely clear. How can you be so suspicious of your mother? I've already chosen a little handsome brother. How could I introduce you to someone else? This time the proposal was arranged by the old man. Feng Xinyang said somewhat helplessly. The fearless Feng Xinyang seemed to be in awe of this old man. Grandfather? Yi Dingdang was speechless. Feng Xinyang helplessly nodded. No, my happiness is my decision. He is my grandfather, so he can't interfere with my private matters. Yi Dingdang resolutely said, moreover, after so many years, has he ever cared about me? Now he suddenly ran out to arrange a blind date for me. Is there a grandfather like him? Feng Xinyang rubbed Yi Dingdang's head and said, Dingdang, don't worry. I will do my best to fight for you. My daughter is so beautiful and obedient. How can I let other people take advantage of her? Auntie, this has nothing to do with me, right? How can this have nothing to do with you? Dingdang is about to be snatched away by someone else. Can you just sit there and watch? I don't like what you're saying. Don't do it again. You're not allowed to say such things again. Now there is a way to resolve this situation. Do you want to hear it? Feng Xinyang asked with a smile. Tang Zheng was startled. From Feng Xinyang's smiling eyes, he had a bad premonition. What way? Yi Dingdang impatiently asked. What's done cannot be undone. What do you mean? If you are already engaged, do you think the old man will still have a way to arrange a marriage proposal? Feng Xinyang mysteriously smiled. Yi Dingdang subconsciously shook her head and then blankly said, but the key point is that I am not engaged. This is our family matter. If we say there is, then there is. That's still not right. Where are you going to find someone to be engaged to me? Hey, far away on the horizon, but close in front of you. Little handsome brother, don't you have a ready-made candidate? Feng Xinyang's gaze fell on Tang Zheng. No. Tang Zheng loudly shouted. Yi Dingdang was dumbstruck. She never thought that Feng Xinyang would want Tang Zheng to be the scapegoat. No, why did he refuse so quickly? It's as if I'm ugly. She hatefully glared at Tang Zheng and asked, Tang Zheng, I haven't even said no. Why are you speaking so quickly? This method is simply not feasible. I am someone who has a girlfriend. You can break up with a girlfriend. This is an engagement. A fiancé is a level higher than a girlfriend. Feng Xinyang said. Heng, I didn't say that I was really engaged to you. It was just an act. Yi Dingdang indignantly said. But this. No buts. It's settled. Little handsome brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I don't mind making the act real. Feng Xinyang said with an evil smile. Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could she push her daughter away like this? Was Yi Dingdang really her biological daughter? Tang Zheng, you have to agree to this matter whether you want to or not. Yi Dingdang weighed the pros and cons and decisively said. What if I don't agree? Heng, you dare. Little handsome brother, Jianghu is in an emergency. You have to have a chivalrous spirit. Feng Xinyang said. Tang Zheng shook his head. This kind of thing could only be done by this unreliable mother and daughter pair. However, just pretending to be a fiancé shouldn't be difficult. The study door suddenly opened and Yi Tianlei walked out with an old man and a young man. Nephew, although ordinary balance can't compare to Beijing, it still has its own beautiful scenery. You can play here for a few more days. Yi Tianlei said. Many thanks for uncle's concern. This time I will definitely stay for a few more days. This is also my father's intention. Dingdang, you're out of school. Quickly come and greet the guests. Yi Tianlei suddenly waved at Yi Dingdang and said. Yi Dingdang suspiciously sized up the guests. This old man and young man were definitely not ordinary people. Their temperaments were extraordinary, especially the old man who gave people a feeling of showing off. He was like an unsheathed sword, making people not dare to look at him directly. Little Tang, you also came. Come, let me introduce you to a few guests. Yi Tianlei also saw Tang Zheng. His heart slightly moved, and he glanced at Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang winked at him. It's them. Tang Zheng didn't expect to see Song Yu and that Qin Lao at the Ye family. The one who came to propose marriage is Song Yu. Song Yu's gaze swept past Yi Dingdang's face and finally landed on Tang Zheng's face. He was slightly startled and couldn't hide his surprise. Qin Lao also looked at Tang Zheng in surprise. He suddenly remembered that Song Yu had said that he had a premonition that he would see Tang Zheng again. He didn't expect to meet him so soon. This world was too small. But then the two immediately remembered Tang Zheng's identity. He came from an ordinary family, so how could he have any relationship with the Ye family? Moreover, it seemed that they were very close. Tang Zheng, we meet again. Song Yu smiled and extended his hand. Yes, this world is too small. Tang Zheng said as he shook his hand. You know each other? Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang were both shocked. They were most clear about Song Yu's identity. How could Tang Zheng have any relationship with him? We met a few days ago at Ordinary Balance's residence. Song Yu explained. Yi Tianlei and his wife suddenly understood. This must be Dingdang's younger sister. As expected, her beauty is unparalleled. Song Yu said to Yi Dingdang. Yi Dingdang snorted and said, Who's your younger sister? Don't call me that. Dingdang, don't be rude. Yi Tianlei's face darkened as he scolded. Yi Dingdang pouted in a fit of pique. Song Yu said, Uncle, you can't blame Dingdang. I was rude. This is the first time I've met Dingdang. I really shouldn't have called her that. Dingdang, how are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Song Yu. Our Song and Yi families have been friends for generations. You weren't in Beijing, so we haven't met before. But there will be many opportunities to meet in the future. I still don't know you. Yi Dingdang's tone was still as cold as ever. Song Yu was not angry and said in a lukewarm voice, Don't we know each other now? Dingdang, don't be rude. Yi Tianlei warned. He was afraid that Yi Dingdang would throw a tantrum again. Song Yu was not like other people. If she threw a tantrum with him, the gains would not make up for the losses. Yi Tianlei looked deeply at Song Yu and couldn't help but sigh. The successor that the Song family nurtured was indeed extraordinary. Although she was only in her 20s, her calm personality was not something that an ordinary person could compare to. With this kind of successor, the Song family would not have to worry about continuing to prosper. No wonder the old man arranged this marriage. Yi Tianlei knew that the old man's health was not what it used to be. He must find a strong ally for the Ye family. Marriage was undoubtedly a powerful method. But when Yi Tianlei saw Tang Zheng, he suddenly realized that his wife was using her actions to express her opposition. She did not approve of this marriage. Although Tang Zheng is a variable, if the old man is determined to settle this marriage, what other people can do to resist? Yi Tianlei thought helplessly. As a member of the Ye family, he was very clear about the old man's temper and strength. No one in the Ye family could resist the old man. Dad, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room with Tang Zheng first. Yi Dingdang suddenly intimately held on to Tang Zheng's arm like a couple glued to each other. You. Yi Tianlei opened his eyes wide. It seemed that things were more complicated than he thought. Chapter 57. Feng Xinyang stood in front of Tang Zheng, blocking his gaze that was as sharp as a sword. Qin Lao was slightly startled and anger appeared between his brows. Song Yu smiled lightly and asked, Tang Zheng, are you friends with Dingdang? He is my fiancé. Yi Dingdang raised her head as if to declare her sovereignty. Tang Zheng smiled bitterly to himself. Yi Dingdang had entered the role too quickly. He was definitely going to be the shield, but he didn't dislike it. He had a good relationship with the Ye family. Moreover, he didn't have a good impression of this kind of matchmaking. He didn't mind helping Yi Dingdang this once. However, he admired Song Yu's reaction. Even a blind person could see that he had a good relationship with Yi Dingdang, but Song Yu asked if they were friends. Yi Dingdang was also domineering. She directly lied and said that Tang Zheng was her fiancé. In an instant, the hall was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere became subtle. Even Yi Tianlei opened his eyes wide in shock. Obviously, he didn't expect Yi Dingdang to be so fierce. He looked at his wife again and saw a faint smile on her face. He suddenly understood. All of this must be his wife's idea. His wife never acted according to common sense. Only she would dare to do such a shocking thing to go against the will of the old man. This is going to be troublesome. Yi Tianlei was stuck in a dilemma. Fiancé. Song Yu looked at Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yi Dingdang hugged Tang Zheng's arm even tighter. It was as if she was afraid that Song Yu would notice something. Tang Zheng felt the softness on his arm and couldn't help but glance at her chest. In order to complete the scene, she didn't expect that the two of them would have such intimate physical contact. Tang Zheng, you're so lucky to have such a beautiful fiancé. Song Yu's voice was a little ethereal, so no one could tell what he was feeling. Tang Zheng knew that he couldn't back down now. Since the fake show had already started, he had to act according to the script. Moreover, he had to act more realistically. Therefore, Tang Zheng nodded politely and said, "Thank you. My luck has always been good." "How dare you!" Suddenly, Qin Lao couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted loudly. His voice was like a great bell, and the entire hall was filled with this voice. It was like the rumbling of thunder, causing people to feel dizzy. Yi Tianlei's expression changed slightly. "Qin Lao." Qin Lao coldly snorted. His gaze was like a sword as he looked at Tang Zheng. However, his gaze was blocked by Feng Xinyang. Song Yu was separated by Feng Xinyang so she couldn't clearly see Tang Zheng's reaction. However, an ordinary person would definitely be shaken by this lion's roar. In serious cases, they might even suffer internal injuries. Tang Zheng naturally wasn't injured. Firstly, Feng Xinyang had neutralized most of the lion's roar's power. Secondly, he had the ancient clear heaven scroll to protect his body. "Tang Zheng, we finally meet again. Why don't we have a good chat? I believe we will have a lot to talk about." Song Yu continued. "We're tired. We'll go back to our rooms first." How could Yi Dingdang allow them to be alone? What if Tang Zheng exposed themselves? So, without any explanation, she pulled Tang Zheng into her room. Yi Tianlei couldn't help but secretly shake his head. How did things become like this? He was the only one who could clean up this mess. He forced out a smile and said, "Nephew, Dingdang is too headstrong. Please don't take offense." Song Yu smiled and shook her head. Dingdang is still young. It's normal for her to be headstrong. Who doesn't have headstrong moments? "Uncle, what do you think?" When Yi Tianlei heard this, he didn't know what to say. "Yi Tianlei, what is going on?" Qin Lao couldn't help but ask. "This." Before Yi Tianlei could think of an explanation, Song Yu spoke first. "Uncle, we have just arrived. Can we stay in Uncle's house for a few days?" "This, of course you can." Yi Tianlei hesitated for a moment before agreeing. This was a reasonable request. If he didn't agree, then he would be too unreasonable. Feng Xinyang's gaze changed slightly. She looked at Song Yu thoughtfully. Yi Tianlei ordered people to bring Song Yu and Qin Lao away to rest. "Feng Xinyang, you're too daring. Look at what you've done this time. How are you going to clean up this mess?" Yi Tianlei said angrily. "I've always been daring. Didn't you know that when you chased me that year? Moreover, I don't think there's anything wrong with this. This is a natural development. Naturally, there will be an outcome. Why would I need to spend energy thinking about how to clean up this mess?" Feng Xinyang said without a care. Yi Tianlei shook his head and smiled bitterly. "How could it be as simple as you think? How are we going to get past the old man? What about the Song family's face? What does the Song family's face have to do with me? I'm not part of the Song family. As for the old man, he didn't care about us before, but now he's using my daughter's happiness as a bargaining chip in exchange for the family's benefits. Don't say any more. Yi Tianlei's face sank. The old man is the head of the Ye family after all. He's my father. Naturally, he has a lot of things to consider. Yes, he does have a lot of things to consider. When you were forced to leave Jing City, did he consider that he was your father? You know how helpless we were back then. Moreover, he didn't even look at Ding Dang. Now he's going to marry her to someone else. Has he considered our feelings? Has he considered Ding Dang's feelings? Feng Xinyang argued. Yi Tianlei was speechless. He let out a long sigh and said, he doesn't have much time left, so he has no choice but to make these arrangements. What, he doesn't have much time left? Isn't he about to break through to the martial scholar realm? Feng Xinyang turned pale with fright. Yi Tianlei shook his head and said, his last attempt to break through to the martial scholar realm failed and he almost went crazy. That's why he doesn't have much time left. Of all the major families in Jing City, only the Ye family doesn't have a martial scholar expert. If the old man isn't here, then the Ye family. Feng Xinyang didn't continue, but her meaning was clear. Yi Tianlei nodded and said, that's right. That's why the old man chose to marry the Song family, who has always had a good relationship with him. The Ye family doesn't only have Ding Dang as a girl. Isn't there also your elder brother's daughter? You also know that her reputation in Jing City has always been bad. How could the old man let her marry the Song family? Wouldn't that be the opposite of what he wanted? But I heard that the girl was very willing. She even made a big fuss several times because of this matter, but the old man never agreed. In any case, I won't agree to this matter. No matter who it is, I won't give face to. My daughter's happiness is in her own hands. Feng Xinyang still refused to budge an inch. Things have already become like this. How could I not know what you're thinking? But I don't know how to explain it to the old man. Back then, because you were injured and your meridians were blocked, you were judged to be unable to reach the Xiantian realm. Then, you were forced to leave Jing City. A while ago, we thought that since you had already broken through to the Xiantian realm, you could return to Jing City. After all, this was your long-cherished wish. But today, with this matter, I have completely lost interest in returning to Jing City. I feel that ordinary balance is also not bad. In the future, you can peacefully develop in ordinary balance. Yi Tianlei was silent and said, let's first get through this hurdle. In fact, all of this is because the old man doesn't have much time left. If the old man can persist for a few more years, then all of this will be easily resolved. Defying the heavens and changing one's fate. I've heard of this kind of thing, but where can I find someone with this kind of divine ability? Feng Xinyang said with emotion. Song Yu stood up, quietly looking out the window at the tranquil beauty of the Ye family manor under the setting sun. Qin Lao stood behind him and asked puzzledly, young master, why did you stop me from questioning Yi Tianlei just now? Song Yu didn't even turn his head and said, Qin Lao, some things will become passive if they are exposed, do you understand? What do you mean? This old man doesn't understand. When Ding Dang introduced Tang Zheng as her fiancé, didn't you see Uncle Ye's expression? What expression did he have? Shocked. Qin Lao's heart trembled, and he said, young master, you're saying that he also doesn't know about this matter, so, this is all fake. Most likely. So if we were to insist on pursuing this matter, it would force the other party to confirm this fake marriage and we would become passive. Right now, let's not talk about this matter and stay with the Ye family for a few days. They will naturally reveal some clues and everything will fall apart. Young master is still the most thoughtful, this old man was stupid. Qin Lao said with admiration. Song Yu faintly smiled, actually many things will be completely different if you take a step forward. Moreover, Tang Zheng is a child of an ordinary family, how could he be related to the Ye family by marriage? But my eyes were not wrong, he is indeed not simple. Perhaps we have seen too much of him on the surface, he must have many things that we don't know about. Young master, do you still need me to investigate him? Song Yu waved his hand and said, no need, since he doesn't want others to know, then he naturally has the corresponding methods. Continuing to investigate will only lead to more false impressions. I trust my own eyes more. As he said this, he pointed to his own eyes, bursting with strong confidence. In Yidingdang's boudoir, Tang Zheng couldn't help but look around. Her room was very neat and tidy, without a speck of dust. Presumably, there was someone who tidied and cleaned it every day. The style of the room was more robust than a normal girl's room, especially the words hanging at the head of the bed. It was a large-framed, martial, character, showing her infatuation with martial arts. You like martial arts that much? Tang Zheng asked. Nonsense, of course I like it, my dream is to become a martial scholar. Yidingdang's eyes lit up, as if she could see herself becoming a martial scholar. Then you still have a long way to go. I believe that I can definitely do it, she said confidently. Ding dang, this time you may not succeed in using me as a shield. That Song Yu is very smart, we may not be able to deceive him. Moreover, he is a very handsome guy, at least much more handsome than me. Have you not considered it? Consider your ass, no matter how handsome he is, I will not consider it. I hate it the most when other people tell me what to do with my life. I have to make my own decisions, not to mention when it comes to marriage, I will not listen to anyone. Chapter 58. Tang Zheng stayed with the Ye family. At the dining table, Yi Dingdang deliberately sat next to him and filled his bowl with rice and dishes. She looked like an inseparable little girl. Song Yu talked and laughed freely, as if she didn't see it, or as if he wasn't there to propose at all. Qin Lao, on the other hand, had a gloomy face as usual. He glanced at Tang Zheng from time to time, as if he wanted to skin him alive. Tang Zheng looked down and ate quietly. However, he was a little overwhelmed by Yidingdang's enthusiasm. There was a saying that it was difficult to erase a beauty's favor. It was indeed not a good thing to have such a grand favor from a beauty. Tang Zheng had to admit that this was the most boring meal he had ever eaten. Although there were all kinds of delicacies, the atmosphere at the dining table was too strange. It was tasteless. We're done eating. Let's go back to our room. Yi Dingdang pulled Tang Zheng's hand again and ran to their room. Before entering the door, she said, we're going to rest first. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang already knew that Tang Zheng was going to stay over tonight, so they even prepared a room for him. When he suddenly heard Yidingdang's last sentence, Yi Tianlei was so shocked that he almost spat out the food in his mouth. Could it be that they were really going to make the act real and let Tang Zheng take advantage of it? Feng Xinyang's eyes lit up. She smiled and secretly praised, this wretched girl is finally enlightened. She has to make the first move on such a good resource like the little handsome guy. This is really thanks to my good genes. Tonight, what's done can't be undone. I have to remind them to take safety precautions later. The other two's expressions were also particularly interesting. The veins on Qin Lao's forehead were throbbing. His face was as gloomy as the night outside, as if he could explode at any time. However, Song Yu only twitched the corner of her mouth and didn't have any other reaction. Qin Lao could only restrain himself and take a big gulp of tea to suppress the anger in his heart. In the bedroom, Tang Zheng stared straight at Yi Dingdang and asked, are we sleeping in the same room tonight? Of course. That's the only way to convince them and make them give up. Yi Dingdang clenched her snow-white teeth, seemingly ready to throw caution to the wind. But we're a man and a woman alone in a room, don't think too much. Let me tell you, you'll sleep on the floor and I'll sleep on the bed. If you dare to mess around, humph, be careful that I'll castrate you. Yi Dingdang waved her fist and threatened. You're no match for me. Your threats are useless. Tang Zheng smirked. This is my home. If you dare to do anything bad to me, my parents won't let you get away with it. Yi Dingdang bit her lip. She didn't know whether it was good or bad that she had invited a wolf into her house. Hee, you were the one who took the initiative to pull me in. I believe that they have also tacitly agreed. You don't even think about it. You can't take advantage of others. Okay, then I won't take advantage of others. But I have to sleep on the bed and you sleep on the floor. How can that be? Don't you have any gentlemanly spirit? I never said that I was a gentleman. Tang Zheng roguishly said. I didn't think that you were this kind of person. Okay, I promise you. You sleep on the bed and I sleep on the floor. Tang Zheng was slightly startled as he didn't think that she would compromise so easily. He originally only wanted to tease her and didn't really want her to sleep on the floor. But now it was hard for him to say anything. Ai, it seems that I can only wrong her for one night. Yi Dingdang bitterly glared at him and muttered, stingy bastard. You're not a man at all. Tang Zheng sat on the bed. A faint fragrance entered his nose and he couldn't help but feel restless. This was a girl's bed. This was his first time on a girl's bed. Moreover, this bed was very soft. It was much more comfortable than his wooden bed. Hey, what are you thinking about? Nothing much. I'm warning you. You're not allowed to think nonsense. I'm going to read for a while. Don't run around. She finished speaking and went to her desk to read. Tang Zheng was bored to death. He simply closed his eyes. In a strange environment with outsiders around, he didn't dare to rashly cultivate. Otherwise, if he was disturbed, he might go crazy. He closed his eyes to rest. He began to recall the knowledge that he had learned in the past 10 years. He found that his thoughts were becoming clearer and clearer. Moreover, his logic was becoming stronger and stronger. A lot of knowledge that seemed difficult to understand in the past could now be understood through a comprehensive study. This is the benefit of cultivation. Not only is the body tempered stronger, but the brain is also deeply developed. The increase in intelligence is obvious. Little brat, a man and a woman alone in a room. This is a great opportunity. Don't waste it. Tian Chanzi was like a ghost, suddenly bursting out a sentence. Damn, if you don't speak, I won't treat you as a mute. You've always claimed to be a righteous person. Why do I feel that you're becoming more and more evil? Aren't I thinking for your sake? Well, I'm going to find a way to make you unable to speak. Otherwise, if you suddenly burst out a sentence, you'll scare me to death. Hey, when you're strong enough, you can naturally block me. But you're still too weak to do it. Oh, then what realm do I need to reach to be able to do it? Tang Zheng's heart moved. You heard wrong. I won't speak. Tian Chanzi suddenly realized that she had spilled the beans, and immediately became silent. Tang Zheng was speechless, but this reminded him that although he was now used to the existence of Tian Chanzi, if there were some private moments in the future, he didn't want to share with others. Well, I must find a way. Little brat, you're burning the bridge after crossing the river. That's not good enough. Tian Chanzi said. How is this burning the bridge after crossing the river? This is to protect my privacy, you know. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, I'll definitely know. Okay, I'll tell you. As long as you reach the 4th grade refining qi, you can learn sealing techniques. At that time, you can temporarily seal my thoughts. Tian Chanzi helplessly said. Why do I have to be at the 4th grade refining qi to learn sealing techniques? Why can't I learn it now? Tang Zheng said in disbelief. I'm really not lying to you. Do you think sealing techniques are that simple? Sealing techniques can not only seal me, but can also seal a living person, making them unable to speak, or even seal a person's consciousness. Isn't that the same as turning people into wood? In any case, the sealed person is almost the same as a piece of wood. But this also has a time limit. If one's skills are strong enough, they can be sealed for hundreds of years. Dong dong. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation. Feng Xinyang, why are you here? Yi Dingdang opened the door and asked sneakily. Of course I'm here to see you. Daughter, this time you've become smarter. But let me tell you, tonight you must pay attention to your safety. Young people should take it easy. These things are quite useful. Feng Xinyang said mysteriously as she handed over a box of Durex. Feng Xinyang, are you looking for death? Why are you giving me these things? Yi Dingdang's face immediately turned red like an apple, as if she was about to go berserk. Young people really don't understand. This is a safety measure, you know. Quickly take it. There's also Tang Zheng's pajamas. I just had someone go buy it. Just wear it, I won't disturb your good time. Hey, daughter, good luck. Feng Xinyang winked meaningfully and then quickly walked away. Yi Dingdang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she took Tang Zheng's pajamas and a box of Durex. She already didn't know what to say. What's your mom doing here? Suddenly, Tang Zheng asked from behind him. Ah, she's here to give you pajamas. Auntie is really thoughtful. Give it to me. Tang Zheng took the pajamas. Suddenly, a box of strange things fell to the ground, immediately attracting Tang Zheng's attention. Durex. Tang Zheng immediately recognized it. Yi Dingdang also saw the Durex and immediately realized that it fell when she handed him the pajamas. At this time, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Feng Xinyang, I'm going to kill you. She hysterically roared in her heart. Then, with lightning speed, she stepped on the Durex and stammered, you go take a bath and rest. Tang Zheng gave a meaningful smile and went to the bathroom with the pajamas. That smile made Yi Dingdang feel ashamed. He wouldn't think that I have ulterior motives towards him, right? How could that be? In all honesty, all of this was done by Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang, under the heavens, is there anyone who would cheat their own daughter like you? Am I still your biological daughter? She wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, Tang Zheng went into the bathroom. He quickly picked up the flattened Durex and, like a dead mouse, impatiently threw it into the trash can. Tonight, I must not sleep too soundly. I must be on guard against him. If he really dares to have any bad intentions, humph, I'll castrate him. Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, she immediately realized that he was the first man to use her bathroom. She could not help but hatefully stomp her feet, he really got off easy. Forget it, this is just a temporary measure. First, I'll trick that surnamed Song into leaving and then I'll deal with him. The pajamas your mom sent over are quite fitting. Tang Zheng finished washing up and walked out. Yi Dingdang glared at him and said, I'm going to take a bath. You're not allowed to peek. Please, who would peek at you? I was just afraid that you would peek at me. Only a ghost would peek at you. Since you're afraid of peeking, then you don't have to take a bath. After all, you're sleeping on the floor. Tang Zheng shrugged and suggested. This is my home. If I want to take a bath, then I'll take a bath. It's none of your business. Yi Dingdang was raised to take a bath before going to bed. If she did not take a bath, she would not be able to sleep. She carefully entered the bathroom and hurriedly took off her clothes. Looking at her exquisite body in the mirror, she couldn't help but secretly exclaim, my body is so beautiful, I must protect it well. I absolutely can't let him take advantage of me. Her body was indeed beautiful. Moreover, it was a very healthy kind of beauty. She had been practicing martial arts since she was a child. Her body was well proportioned and tight. Moreover, there was a vest line. Her body was better than many girls who worked out in the gym. She did not dare to take a long bath like usual. She hurriedly took a bath and then put on her pajamas. Moreover, she specifically wore pajama pants. After making sure that she was not exposed, she walked out of the bathroom. She found that Tang Zheng was already lying on the bed. That look of enjoyment made her want to drag him down and beat him up. Suppressing the anger in her heart, she took out another set of quilts and threw them on the ground. Then, she wrapped herself up like a dumpling. She kept telling herself not to sleep too deeply. Sleepiness came, and in the end, she still fell asleep. Chapter 59. It was daybreak. Tang Zheng woke up. Why was there something heavy on his body? He opened his eyes in a daze and saw the white ceiling. Only then did he remember that he was not in his own house, but Yi Dingdang's bedroom. No, Yi Dingdang. He stared at the heavy object on his body. It was a person, Yi Dingdang. Half of her body was on top of him, and her hands were hugging his waist as if she was hugging a stuffed animal. Her head was leaning on his shoulder. Tang Zheng turned his head slightly and saw her beautiful face. There was a trace of laziness and a lock of hair covering her white face, making her look a little playful. Tang Zheng could even feel her gentle breathing. It was warm and ticklish on his neck. She is so beautiful. Tang Zheng let out a silent praise. She was a perfect sleeping beauty, causing others to want to commit a crime. Half of her body was on top of him, and her chest was in intimate contact with Tang Zheng. His breathing quickened involuntarily and his body felt like it was going to burn. Suddenly, she made a sound and smacked her cherry lips. She opened her sleepy eyes. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she stared straight at Tang Zheng. "Ah!" she screamed. Tang Zheng reacted quickly and covered her mouth when she only shouted the first syllable. "Don't scream." Woo, Yi Dingdang kept struggling. Her eyes were about to spit fire. "If you promise me you won't scream, I'll let go," Tang Zheng said. Woo, she was still glaring at him fiercely. Her eyes looked like she wanted to eat him alive. "I'll take that as a promise. If I let go, you'll shout and attract other people. You'll be the one to make a fool of yourself." This sentence was indeed effective. Tang Zheng loosened his grip. Yi Dingdang took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "You beast." He used grappling hand to restrain Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng had long anticipated that she would make a move, so he counterattacked at lightning speed. The two of them wrestled together and were tossed around by the waves. Sometimes they would be on top of each other, and sometimes they would be on top of each other. In the end, the two of them were twisted together like fried dough twists. Yi Dingdang was strangling Tang Zheng's neck, while Tang Zheng was grabbing Yi Dingdang's head. "Let go," Yi Dingdang said fiercely. "Put it down first," Tang Zheng replied. "You put it down first. If you release it, I'll release it. Beast, I'll kill you. What right do you have to scold me? You did that to me. If you're not a beast, then what are you? What did I do to you? Speak clearly. Moreover, look clearly. This is a bed. I was the one who slept in the bed last night. It was clearly you who climbed into my bed in the middle of the night and plotted against me," Tang Zheng said. Yi Dingdang suddenly remembered that she had woken up on the bed. Moreover, she had done such intimate actions with him. Could it be that she really did climb into his bed in the middle of the night? No, even if I did it, I can't admit it. Otherwise, I would die of embarrassment. Does waking up on the bed prove that you didn't do anything bad? Maybe you took advantage of me being asleep and carried me to the bed, and then plotted against me," Yi Dingdang righteously said. Tang Zheng was dumbstruck. There was actually such a twisted logic person in this world. You have nothing to say." Yi Dingdang was very pleased with herself. Suddenly, her eyebrows knit together and she suspiciously asked, "What are you pointing at me with? You even brought a weapon." "Ah!" Tang Zheng was ashamed. It was early in the morning and he was already in high spirits. After wrestling, the two people's bodies inevitably came into contact with each other, so his body reacted. Yi Dingdang wasn't an idiot. After a while, she realized what it was. She was both ashamed and angry. Tang Zheng, you beast. I'm going to kill you. Hurry and let go of me. Tang Zheng knew that if this continued, it would only become more and more awkward. He quickly let go of his hand and slid off the bed like a loach, retreating 3 steps back. Yi Dingdang jumped up and like a white crane flapping its wings, she threw herself at him. Tang Zheng's feet slipped, avoiding direct contact with her. Suddenly, the room was filled with a dangerous aura. Dong dong. Feng Xinyang knocked on the door. Wake up. Eat breakfast and go to school. The two people's movements suddenly stopped. Hurry and open the door. Don't laze around in bed. Mom, stop knocking. We're already up. If you're up, then open the door for me. Feng Xinyang said without giving up. Yi Dingdang was helpless. She could only open the door a crack and said, "See, we're really up." Feng Xinyang peeked through the crack in the door and coincidentally saw the messy bed. She immediately understood and smiled. In a low voice, she said, "AI, you young people don't know how to control yourselves. The bed is so messy, it will take a long time to clean it up." Yi Dingdang's face was red to the neck. She angrily said, "Feng Xinyang, no one will think you're a mute if you don't talk." She slammed the door. "Tang Zheng, it's all your fault." "How is it my fault? It was clearly you who wanted me to act out this show. You even wanted me to stay in the same room as you. Now you're saying it's my fault. You're too unreasonable." Tang Zheng said unhappily. "Tang Zheng, you're not allowed to tell anyone about what happened last night. Otherwise I'll really kill you. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone that someone climbed into my bed last night. In the end, they even framed me." Yi Dingdang angrily stomped her feet. The two people finished washing up, changed their clothes, and walked out of the room. Breakfast was already prepared. It was still early and the others were not up yet. After eating breakfast, Feng Xinyang sent the two to school. Along the way, Feng Xinyang smiled very strangely. From time to time, she meaningfully looked at the two people. She thought that it was good to be young. After a night of torment, they were still energetic during the day. "Little handsome brother, come to our house for dinner tonight." Feng Xinyang invited when they got out of the car. "No, he can't come tonight," Yi Dingdang hurriedly said. "Why?" "He has something to do." Yi Dingdang did not want to face Tang Zheng again tonight. Who knows what will happen? That would be too easy for him. Tang Zheng also did not want to continue. Acting was too tiring. "Yes, Auntie. I have something to do tonight. I can't go." "Oh, that's a pity." Feng Xinyang regretfully watched the two people walk into the school. No one noticed that someone in the distance was recording this scene with a mobile phone. Today in class, Yi Dingdang was absent-minded. Her mind kept recalling what happened between the two of them last night. He got off too easy. I have to be more careful in the future. Now there are wolves in front and tigers behind. Heavens, why is my Yi Dingdang life so hard? While she was feeling sorry for herself, Tang Zheng discovered an amazing harvest. The true qi in his body increased a lot. But he did not practice martial arts last night. That could only be because he absorbed pure yin energy. Last night, he and Yi Dingdang had close physical contact for almost the entire night. He continuously absorbed pure yin energy, so his true qi increased so quickly. "Boy, now you know that I didn't lie to you. As long as you get a woman, your martial arts will advance by leaps and bounds." Tian Chanzi jumped out again. Tang Zheng really wanted to give him a supercilious look. He continued to listen to the class attentively. Although he was confident in the exam, he could not let his guard down. After all, he had a bet with the old witch. If he could not get first place in the school, then the old witch would not honor the bet. After school, Fang Shishir and Tang Zheng walked down the school building together. They were whispering to each other. Every time at this time, Tang Zheng would feel particularly peaceful. Tang Zheng, I want to find an opportunity to invite you to my house for dinner. Is that okay? Fang Shishir asked. Go to your house for dinner. Tang Zheng was surprised. Yes, I know that there is a misunderstanding between you and my mother, so I want to resolve this misunderstanding. Fang Shishir said in a delicate and pitiful voice. Tang Zheng could not help but think of her mother's words. Looking at her delicate and pitiful appearance, he thought that if he wanted to stand together with her, he would have to go through her mother. It would be best if he could resolve the misunderstanding. No problem, you can set a time and let me know. I will definitely pay you a visit. Fang Shishir smiled like a flower and said, You are so nice. I thought you would object. Am I such a petty person? Of course not. You are the most selfless person in the world. Ha, I am not that great. It is just that if you ask me to do something, even if it means climbing a mountain of swords or diving into a sea of fire, I will do my best to do it. Fang Shishir's heart was filled with sweetness. Her face was filled with a happy smile. Beep beep. A car horn sounded behind Tang Zheng. Lu Qingmei poked her head out of the window and signaled Tang Zheng to get in the car. Then I will go to make up for my lessons. See you tomorrow. Okay, good luck. See you tomorrow. Tang Zheng got in the car. Lu Qingmei glanced at Fang Shishir, who was like a lotus in clear water, and coldly said, I do not object to you two dating, but you must put your studies first. Do you understand? Teacher Lu, I understand. It is good that you understand. In the future, if there is nothing special, it is best if you do not miss my lessons. Yes. How is your preparation for school fees coming along? I am still preparing. The whole journey was silent. On the way back, the two bought dinner and then returned home. This time, her house was meticulously cleaned. It was clearly a lot more tidy than the first time. You should rest first. Lu Qingmei entered the bedroom. Not long after, she changed into a set of loose home clothes. It covered her graceful figure and made her seem more approachable. After the two ate dinner, they began to make up for their lessons. After the first run-in, this time it was even smoother. Even though Tang Zheng had already recovered his strength, he still benefited a lot. Tang Zheng, why are your test results so bad? Suddenly, Lu Qingmei stared straight at him. Her eyes seemed to see through his heart. I also do not know. Tang Zheng did not expect her to be so direct. It seems that he was not able to hide his strength from her eyes. Nervous? Tang Zheng bitterly smiled and said, Maybe. No, I think you are not nervous at all. Lu Qingmei still remembered his appearance at the police station. He was calm and composed, without a trace of nervousness. How could a person who was not nervous in front of a violent mechanism be nervous in an exam field? Your ability to lie is not good at all. Lu Qingmei coldly said. Chapter 60. Fang Shishir watched as Lu Qingmei's mini drove off into the distance. Just as she was about to walk towards the school gate, she heard someone call her name. Xiao Fei, you called for me. Fang Shishir looked at Xiao Fei, who was hurrying over, and asked. Xiao Fei pretended to be calm and said, Yes, I have something to talk to you about. What is it? Let's talk over there. Xiao Fei said as he pointed towards the school gate. Fang Shishir did not suspect anything as she followed him and said, Speak, what is it? Xiao Fei had targeted Tang Zheng before, so Fang Shishir did not have a good impression of him. Do you know where Tang Zheng spent the night last night? Xiao Fei asked. Of course, it's his home. Home? He told you. If you don't have anything else, then I'll go home first. Fang Shishir did not want to say more. You were tricked by him. He didn't go home last night. He went to Yi Dingdang's house and stayed there the entire night. Seeing that Fang Shishir was about to leave, Xiao Fei impatiently said as he felt a sense of satisfaction from his revenge. Fang Shishir's face instantly changed as she said, "Don't talk nonsense." "Ha, how could I talk nonsense? I have evidence. Look." Xiao Fei opened the photo on his phone. It recorded that yesterday Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang left together in a car. This morning the two came to school in the same car and acted intimately. Fang Shishir stared at the photo in a daze, her heart in a mess. Could it be that he really went to Yi Dingdang's house to spend the night? Why didn't he tell me? Just what did they do? Most women, when faced with this kind of situation, would inevitably let their imagination run wild and be at a loss for what to do. Fang Shishir, you are wholeheartedly loyal to him. He is lying to you. This kind of person is a big liar. Don't ever trust him again. Xiao Fei saw that the time was right and immediately tried to drive a wedge between them. Fang Shishir looked up at him and said, "Xiao Fei, this is between me and him. I don't need anyone to tell me what to do. Why don't you understand? He is not worthy of you. Moreover, he is multitasking. Shishir, you know that I have always liked you. Shut up. Don't say any more. I don't like you, and I won't be with you. Please don't say such things in the future. I'm going home." Fang Shishir felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She turned around and left. She wanted to ask Tang Zheng what was going on. Did he really lie to her? Was this all an illusion? Before she could take 2 steps, her mouth was covered by someone. Her body was soft as if she had no strength. Her head was heavy as if she had dozed off. She lost to lose consciousness to sleep to. Seeing her fall, Xiao Fei hugged her. His lips curved into a devious smile as he muttered, "Shishir, this is all because of you. I pursued you bitterly but you chose Tang Zheng. If I didn't make a move, then that poor bastard Tang Zheng would have taken advantage of me. I will never let that happen." Looking at Fang Shishir's beautiful face, his eyes lit up. "Tonight, you are mine. Don't ever think of leaving me again." Ha! Xiao Fei was confident that as long as he obtained the woman's body, he would have thousands of ways to make her unable to leave him. He supported Fang Shishir, and like an intimate couple, they quickly walked out of the side door and got into the car that had been prepared long ago. The car went straight to the 5-star hotel. Xiao Fei familiarly went up the stairs and entered the room that was already prepared. Looking at Fang Shishir who was quietly lying on the bed, she was like a sleeping beauty. He swallowed his saliva and became restless. "Where is this?" Suddenly, Fang Shishir opened her eyes and unconsciously asked. Suddenly, she saw Xiao Fei and the surrounding environment. Her face greatly changed as she exclaimed, "Xiao Fei, what are you doing?" "Hi hey, a single man and a single woman. What do you think I am doing?" "Xiao Fei, we are classmates. Don't be like this. This is against the law. Do you know that?" Fang Shishir's heart was in a mess. How could she not understand what Xiao Fei wanted to do? She never would have thought that Xiao Fei was this kind of person. "Ha, it's against the law. My family has money. The law has no effect on rich people. The law will only punish poor bastards like Tang Zheng. You did something bad. My family will not let you off. Hi hey, maybe after we get together, your family will be even happier. Our 2 families will be united by marriage. This will be a good story for both our families. No, I don't like you. I will not let you succeed." Fang Shishir bit her lips and resolutely said. Xiao Fei laughed, "This is not up to you. Right now I have the final say. Do you think you can still resist?" Fang Shishir struggled to stand up but found that her whole body was sore and weak. "What did you do to me?" "Just a little trick. This will make the game more interesting. Moreover, I dare to guarantee that after you experience my good side, you will definitely not leave me again." "You're dreaming." "No, what I said is the truth and not a dream. Because in a moment I will record your moving side. This kind of moving and beautiful side should be kept as a memento. But if you leave me in the future, these beautiful things will spread throughout the world. Shameless. Feng Shishi's whole body was ice cold. Xiao Fei actually wanted to record a dirty video to threaten her. How could he be so perverted and so despicable? How could she not have noticed before? If she let him succeed, then her whole life would be ruined. How would she have the face to see Tang Zheng? This was the first time in her life that she felt such despair. Tang Zheng, where are you? Quickly come and save me. She cried out in her heart, but she knew that Tang Zheng should be tutoring right now. How could he appear here? He was not a god and did not have divine schemes. Xiao Fei, I beg you, let me go. I don't like you. A forced melon is not sweet. Feng Shishi was about to cry as she begged. Heng, now you know to beg me. It's too late. I used to be so good to you, but you turned a blind eye and chose that poor bastard Tang Zheng. You have broken my heart. Tonight, no one can save you. From now on, you are mine. Ha, in a moment I will be a bit more gentle and let you know what it's like to be a man. These unbearable words made Feng Shishi's face and ears turn red. She was angry and scared. Her whole body trembled as she said, Xiao Fei, even if you obtain my body, you will not obtain my heart. Moreover, I will not let you go. Her body was soft and she did not have the ability to resist. Tonight, she suffered under his evil hands. She would not have the face to see Tang Zheng and could only leave this world forever. But even if she became a ghost, she would not let Xiao Fei go. Seeing the hatred and determination in her eyes, Xiao Fei felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed. A wave of unwillingness and anger rushed to his heart as he hysterically roared, even if I can't obtain your heart, I will obtain your body. Bitch, are you still thinking about Tang Zheng? Let me tell you, not only will I obtain you, I will watch as his woman is taken away from him. I will make him suffer so much that he will wish he was dead. You pervert. Ha, you dare to call me a pervert? I'll show you how perverted I am. Xiao Fei's anger rose from his heart as he sent a slap towards Feng Shishi. Feng Shishi was unable to dodge, but she did not close her eyes in fear. Instead, she opened her eyes wide. In her eyes, besides anger, there was also contempt and unyielding. Pang! A muffled sound rang out. Feng Shishi did not feel any pain, but she felt a hot air coming from her chest. Then Xiao Fei flew out and heavily hit the wall. He fainted like a dead fish. Ah, what is going on? Feng Shishi was dumbstruck. With her knowledge, she could not understand what was going on. There was no third party in the room, so how could he fly out? Seeing him faint, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She only wanted to quickly escape this devil's den, but she found that her body was still weak. No, I must leave here. Otherwise, when he wakes up, I will not be able to escape. She used all her strength to reach into her pocket for her phone only to find that it was gone. Xiao Fei must have taken it away. What should I do? What should I do? I can't walk. I must call someone to come to the hotel and save me. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the phone at the head of the bed. Right, use this phone. She stretched out her hand with difficulty and a number immediately jumped into her mind. She did not even think about it and directly dialed the number. At this time, the first person she thought of was not her family, but Tang Zheng. It seems that she subconsciously believed that Tang Zheng could save her. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. The line was busy. Feng Shishi was close to despair. Just as she was about to call her family, her hands suddenly froze. Because Xiao Fei woke up. F***ck, it hurts so much. Suddenly, Xiao Fei loudly shouted. She hopelessly looked at Xiao Fei, who had already stood up. Xiao Fei shook his head and blankly looked around. He did not find a third party and Fang Shishir was still lying on the bed. What is going on? Am I hallucinating? No, how could this be an illusion? He clearly remembered that he was sent flying by a strong force and then lost consciousness. Evil, F***ck, I don't believe that even the heavens cannot stop me from getting her. He had already been completely blinded by anger and desire. Fang Shishir, tonight you are mine. He laughed nastily and once again threw himself at Fang Shishir. The innate qi in Tang Zheng's body began to violently vibrate, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. This was not his own problem, but someone else's problem. The Imperial Spirit Array had been activated, and he had a kind of telepathy with the array. But he was unable to determine who was in danger. He immediately rushed out of Lu Qingmei's house like the wind and said, "Teacher Lu, I have something to do so I will leave first." Just as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. Lu Qingmei's eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she stared at the door. She muttered to herself, "Escape, I want to see how long you can escape for." She mistakenly believed that Tang Zheng had his secret exposed and did not know how to face it, so he found an excuse to escape. Young people will always be young people. They are still too impatient and exposed themselves after being tricked by my words. Tang Zheng did not run around like a headless fly. This was because when the formation was activated, he had a feeling that he had sensed the location of the victim. Chapter 61. Tang Zheng, where did you take my daughter? Shi Mengqin bombarded Tang Zheng's ears with a high decibel. Auntie, did Shishir not return home? Tang Zheng asked. You already know the answer. Let me ask you, what did you do to my daughter? Hurry and let her return home. If you dare to do anything bad to her, I will definitely not let you off. Shi Mengqin threatened. Auntie, don't worry. Shishir will definitely be fine. Tang Zheng hurriedly hung up the phone. The two did not know that while they were on the phone, Fang Shishir had called for help. However, because Tang Zheng was using the old man's phone, there was no notification, so he missed this crucial call. Tang Zheng madly ran, rushing towards the location he sensed. Tian Chanzi, is there any way for me to clearly pinpoint Shishir's location? Tang Zheng anxiously asked as he ran. There is. Tian Chanzi did not beat around the bush and directly taught Tang Zheng the tracking technique. Tang Zheng learned it quickly, and in the darkness, his perception of Fang Shishir became even clearer. The tracking technique could not track just anyone, but the most important thing was that the spirit control array was activated, so he was able to quickly track. City Center. Fortunately, Lu Qingmei's home was near the city center, so Tang Zheng did not need to run for long to reach his destination. Hotel. Tang Zheng looked at the luxurious hotel, and the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. Fang Shishir was in danger in a hotel, and this was enough to explain many problems. Shishir, you must wait for me. You must be fine. Tang Zheng entered the hotel, and a moment later, he arrived outside a guest room. The tracking technique's location was here. The door was tightly shut, but how could it stop him? Peng, he directly kicked open the door. Who is it? Qiao Fei was lying on top of Fang Shishir's body, tearing off her clothes. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the door. He shouted and turned his head to look, only to find that there was another person in the room. It was a person that he definitely did not want to see, a person that he did not expect. Tang Zheng, why are you here? Qiao Fei panicked as if he had seen a ghost. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. When Tang Zheng saw Fang Shishir lying on the bed with tears streaming down her face, he became enraged. He madly rushed over and punched Qiao Fei in the chest. Roar! Qiao Fei was like a shrimp, instantly lying on the ground. Shishir. Tang Zheng picked up Fang Shishir. Bastard, get lost. Don't touch me, don't touch me. Fang Shishir screamed in panic. Her eyes were full of despair and pain. Tang Zheng felt as if a knife was being twisted, and said, Shishir, it's me, I'm Tang Zheng. Fang Shishir was startled, and said, Tang Zheng, save me, I've come to save you. You're fine, you're safe. Tang Zheng tightly held her in his arms, as if he was holding the most precious thing in the world. Fang Shishir's emotions gradually calmed down. She finally saw Tang Zheng clearly. She was pleasantly surprised, and said, Tang Zheng, it really is you. You've come to save me. It's me, I came late and made you suffer. I knew you would come to save me. You are my hero, my great hero. Qiao Fei is a bastard, he wants to. As she spoke, she began to cry again. With me here, no one will be able to harm you. Tang Zheng patted her back, comforting her. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear. If he had come a step later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qiao Fei, this bastard, I will definitely not let him go. His gaze fell on Qiao Fei's body. He was already struggling to stand up, the muscles on his face twisted together in pain. Tang Zheng, you dare hit me. F***ck, not only will I hit you, I will also kill you, you bastard. Tang Zheng put down Fang Shishir, and like a fierce tiger, he flashed, punching and kicking Qiao Fei. Qiao Fei miserably screamed, and not long after, his face was bruised and swollen. He fell to the ground, twitching, and did not have any strength to resist. Tang Zheng, don't hit him. If you continue, he will die. Fang Shishir saw the situation, and hurriedly advised. I just want to kill him. If you kill him, do you want to go to jail? If you go to jail, what will I do? Tang Zheng stopped. Tang Zheng, let's leave this place. I don't want to see him again. Fang Shishir painfully said. Okay, we will leave immediately. But Qiao Fei has done such an outrageous thing. He can avoid the death penalty, but he cannot escape punishment. Shishir, you go out for a while, I will come out immediately. I can't walk. He drugged me. Tang Zheng slapped his head. He was too careless and did not notice this. He grabbed her hand and used his qi to check. Finding that the situation was not too serious, he immediately used his qi to disperse the drug. Fang Shishir suddenly found that she had regained her ability to move. She immediately opened her eyes wide and looked at Tang Zheng in amazement. She did not know how he did it. He really is my hero. You go out first. Fang Shishir obediently walked to the door. Tang Zheng grabbed Qiao Fei and lifted him up. Tang Zheng, what are you doing? Killing people is illegal. Qiao Fei fearfully shouted. Killing you is dirtying my hands. Tang Zheng quickly tore off his clothes. Ah, what are you doing? Don't tell me you have this kind of hobby. Qiao Fei's butt tightened as he panicked. Do you think everyone is as perverted as you? Qiao Fei, I have no enmity with you. You have targeted me time and time again. You even sent people to deal with my grandfather. Do you think I will just let you go? Qiao Fei's face was deathly white as he panicked and said, Tang Zheng, please let me go. I will never treat you like that again. Before, I was jealous of you. Your studies were better than mine and Fang Shishir also liked you. I was blinded by jealousy. A leopard cannot change its spots. I have already given you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Tang Zheng had already promised not to care about Qiao Fei's actions, but he was seeking his own death. This cannot be blamed on him. Seeing Tang Zheng like a killing god, Qiao Fei was terrified as he begged for mercy. Tang Zheng, please don't kill me. I have money. I will give you money. Don't you need money? Who wants your stinky money? Just accept your fate. You have done many evil deeds. This is retribution. Seeing Tang Zheng about to make a move, although he did not know how Tang Zheng was going to deal with him, he knew that Tang Zheng would definitely make him wish he was dead. Seeing that begging for mercy was futile, he became angry and roared, Tang Zheng, who do you think you are? I am the young master of a rich family. You are a poor bastard who grew up in a garbage dump. I only hate that I did not directly kill you and only made your brain stupid. What? You are saying that my injury was caused by you? Tang Zheng had long suspected this. Today, hearing Qiao Fei confirm it with his own mouth made him even angrier. That attack had changed his fate, causing him to fall from the altar to the dust and suffer the supercilious looks of others. Yes, I did it. So what? You have occupied the school's #1 position for a long time, making everyone's eyes focus on you. I do not accept this. You do not deserve this glory. So I will pull you down from the altar and make you the object of disdain. Qiao Fei seemed to have thrown caution to the wind as he spoke his true thoughts. Tang Zheng's heart moved as he asked, then the tuition fee was also done by you, right? Ha, of course. I will force you away. I will make you and Fang Shishir far away so that you will never have a chance. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with anger. He originally only wanted to teach Qiao Fei a lesson and make him afraid of him. It seems that his thoughts were too simple. Qiao Fei may be afraid of him, but he will definitely not let this matter go. Since he has persistently targeted him for so long, then in the future he will definitely become even worse. It is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. He must nip this hidden danger in the bud. Moreover, what he did to Fang Shishir is unforgivable. Dragons have reverse scales, humans also have reverse scales. Tang Zheng's family and loved ones are his reverse scales. Anyone who touches it will die. He has already been completely controlled by hatred. Kill him and everything will be over. Tian Chanzi suggested. No, if I kill him the police will intervene. I will cause trouble. I want him to beg for death and become an idiot. Do you have any ideas? This is simple. You only need to use your qi to mess around in his brain. Then his brain will turn into paste and he will naturally become an idiot. Okay, that's it. Tang Zheng does not feel that he is cruel and merciless. Because Qiao Fei has tried to kill him several times, he is still being merciful. Qiao Fei, in the future you will never be able to do evil again. Tang Zheng reached out his hand and pressed on his temple. If you have the guts, then kill me. Otherwise I will never let you go. Qiao Fei shouted fiercely. I won't kill you, because I want you to become an idiot. Just as his voice fell, Tang Zheng activated his martial arts. Idiot? Qiao Fei was very puzzled. Suddenly, his brain felt a sharp pain, as if a knife was inserted into his brain. He directly fainted. Tang Zheng checked the room to make sure that there are no clues left behind. Finally, he found Fang Shishir's phone on Qiao Fei's body. Only then did he leave the room. What did you do to him? Fang Shishir saw him come out and quickly asked. Make him unable to do evil again. You killed him. Fang Shishir's eyes widened in horror. How could I? I only knocked him unconscious. Let's go. Fang Shishir let out a sigh of relief. Even though she hates Qiao Fei, she does not want Tang Zheng's hands to be stained with blood. How did you find me? After leaving the hotel, Fang Shishir could not help but curiously ask. After calming down, she realized that Tang Zheng's sudden appearance was very mysterious. Do you still remember the jade Buddha that I gave you? I remember. I always have it with me. The jade Buddha is a treasure. Whenever you encounter an attack, I can sense it. Treasure? Fang Shishir's eyes widened. It was as if she was listening to a myth. This was beyond her understanding. Could it be that when Qiao Fei wanted to hit me, he was sent flying because of the jade Buddha? Even though Tang Zheng did not see that scene, he guessed that this should be the case. He nodded and said, yes, that's why I can sense it. However, the jade Buddha can only be used once a day. This was because Tang Zheng's martial arts were still weak. Therefore, the Imperial Spirit Formation's effect was reduced. It could only be used once a day. Moreover, the Imperial Spirit Formation's effect was that the stronger the enemy's attack, the stronger the counterattack. Qiao Fei only slapped her and the attack was not strong. He was only sent flying. If his attack was more intense, then he would have been directly injured or even killed. Fang Shishi's heart felt sweet. He actually gave her such a precious treasure. It was enough to see how important she was in his heart. In the future, remember to always carry it with you. Tang Zheng warned. I'll send you home. Chapter 62. Your mom just called me asking where you were and told me to quickly send you home. Tang Zheng said. Fang Shishi firmly shook her head and said, I really don't want to go home, I want to be with you. Saying this, she held on to Tang Zheng's arm. Tang Zheng was helpless as she had suffered so much today, so he really should stay by her side. Then let's go for a walk. Tang Zheng, Qiao Fei said that you stayed at Yi Dingdang's house last night. Ah. Tang Zheng was slightly stunned but did not deny it. Yes, last night something happened in the Ye family and they asked me to help, so I stayed at the Ye family. What happened? It's already been resolved. Tang Zheng would not be so stupid as to say that he and Yi Dingdang had a fake engagement, as that would simply be asking for trouble. Oh. Seeing that he did not want to say more, Fang Shishi did not force him. The two strolled along the street as the night was hazy and the lights on both sides of the road pulled their shadows long. Fang Shishi raised her head to look at Tang Zheng and said, I've noticed that you've changed a lot recently and you seem different from before. What's different? Tang Zheng pretended to be calm as he said in his heart that a woman's directness was really sensitive. I don't know, come up. Anyways, I feel that your temperament has changed and your attitude towards doing things is also different from before. Tang Zheng could not help but sigh with emotion. Imperceptibly, even he himself did not realize that there was such a big change. In the past, he only knew how to study and was the standard obedient student. Now, his actions were even more casual, revealing a free and easy feeling. However, no matter what you become, I will still like it. Fang Shishi tightly held his hand and sincerely said. Shishi, I will protect you so that you will never be bullied again. Tang Zheng's emotions fluctuated as he firmly said. I believe in you. Tomorrow, I will request to change classes. I want to be in the same class as you. I don't want to be in class 1 anymore. I don't want to see Qiao Fei again. Suddenly, her expression darkened as she said. Qiao Fei probably won't return to school. Tang Zheng said. Why? Because I beat him into a pig's head. Tang Zheng didn't want to say that he had already turned him into an idiot. Then he will still go back after he recovers. Besides, I don't want to stay here any longer. I want to be in the same class as you. I want to be by your side. There was a deeper reason for Fang Shishi's decision. Although there was nothing going on between Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang, the two of them were desk mates after all. They spent a lot of time together, so there was no telling what might happen. It would be too late to take precautions then. This was her little thought, but the starting point was her love for Tang Zheng, so it was understandable. But will the old witch agree? It doesn't matter if she doesn't agree. My dad is a member of the school's board of directors. I still have the privilege of changing classes. Tang Zheng didn't try to persuade her again. Unknowingly, the two of them walked from the city center to the south of the city. The night grew darker and colder. Fang Shishi couldn't help but shiver. You're cold. I'll send you home. I already said that I won't go back. Fang Shishi repeated. But your family will be worried. Just as his voice fell, Tang Zheng's phone rang again. Your mom is calling. Tang Zheng picked it up and looked. Fang Shishi pursed her lips. Tang Zheng, if you don't send my daughter back, then I will call the police. Shi Mengqin sternly threatened. Tang Zheng made a helpless expression towards Fang Shishi and said, Auntie, I will immediately send Shishi home. Don't worry. Heng, at least you know your place. Hurry up. Sure, if I don't send you back, then your mom will call the police. After hanging up the phone, Tang Jing said. Fang Sure unhappily said, she wants to take care of everything. Since I was young, everything was arranged by her. I am just like a puppet. Tonight, she had encountered too many things. Her emotions fluctuated greatly. She cares about you. In the future, we will have plenty of time to be together. Moreover, you don't want her opinion of me to grow bigger and bigger. Tang Zheng advised. Okay. Fang Sure agreed. The two of them took a taxi to a luxurious villa. Go back and rest early tonight. Tomorrow, we will be together. Fang Sure said expectantly. And, you should also have a good sleep. Don't think about tonight's matter anymore. Tang Zheng warned. Then I will go in. Fang Sure hugged Tang Zheng, kissed him on the lips, and then reluctantly walked in. This scene was coincidentally seen by Shi Mengqin, who walked out. Immediately, her eyes widened and she said in a low voice, Sure, what were you doing just now? Nothing. Fang Sure lightly said. Good, I saw it with my own eyes. You actually dare to lie. The more you follow him, the worse you become. No, I definitely cannot let him leave like this. Shi Mengqin was flustered and exasperated. You are not allowed to go. If you dare to find trouble with him, I will never speak to you again. What? You actually dare to threaten me? I am tired. I want to go to sleep. Stop. Just what did you guys do tonight? Shi Mengqin relentlessly asked. I don't want to tell you. Fang Sure thought of that humiliating scene and her mood immediately fell. She only wanted to take a bath and sleep, completely forgetting everything. But her cold reaction was simply disgraceful and abnormal in Shi Mengqin's eyes. How could her previously obedient daughter become so disobedient? This was definitely instigated by Tang Zheng. This little brat has unfathomable motives. He actually instigated my daughter to go against me. Preposterous, simply preposterous. The more Shi Mengqin thought, the angrier she became. If he wants to rely on the Ye family's support to do bad things to my daughter, then he is wrong. I will definitely not let him succeed. In a few days, I will bring Tang Zheng home to eat. You should prepare. Before entering, Fang Shure's words almost caused Shi Mengqin's jaw to drop. He wants to enter the Fang family so quickly. He must be daydreaming. Whatever, I was worried that I would not have a chance to teach you a lesson. When the time comes, I will definitely embarrass you and let you know that our Fang family's threshold is very high. You simply cannot reach it. The next day, Tang Zheng discovered that Lu Qingmei's gaze towards him was somewhat strange. It was like an eagle looking at a little chick. Damn, last night she almost saw through my flaws. If I continue to tutor her, then one day I will be exposed. Even though he felt that Lu Qingmei was a very good teacher and that he could absorb a lot of purine energy by being with her, compared to exposing his secret, he would rather choose to maintain a certain distance from her. Tonight I must find an excuse to avoid her. Teacher Lu, come out for a moment. Suddenly, the principal called out from outside the door. Lu Qingmei stopped teaching and walked out. The entire class looked outside, not knowing what happened. A moment later, Lu Qingmei walked in, but there was an extra person behind her, Fang Shure. Immediately, everyone's eyes widened as they looked at this beautiful school flower, not knowing what was going on. Lu Qingmei's expression was still cold, making it impossible for people to see her mood. She lightly said, "Today, our class has a new student, Fang Shure. For the next 2 months, everyone will be studying together. My name is Fang Shure. In the future, I will be looking forward to everyone's guidance." Fang Shure sweetly smiled and gently said. Everyone was stunned for half a minute. What kind of song is this? Fang Shure is the current #1 in the entire school. Why would she come to the hell class? Some of the more quick-witted people already thought of a reason, Tang Zheng. So they all turned their heads to look at Tang Zheng in the last row. They discovered that his expression was normal as if nothing had happened. F***ck, this must be because of Tang Zheng. His luck with women is too good. He actually made Fang Shishir change classes for him. Many people were envious, jealous, and hateful. Why didn't such a good thing fall on their heads? Takashi clenched his fist and thought, yesterday, wasn't Xiao Fei going to make a move against Fang Shishir? Why is Fang Shishir acting like nothing happened? Could it be that Xiao Fei cancelled his plan? Now that Xiao Fei sees the cooked duck fly away, I wonder what kind of expression he will have. Suddenly, his heart lit up as a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Fang Shishir is here. That means Tang Zheng won't have a chance to hook up with Yi Dingdang. That means my chance has come. Thinking of this, he wanted to jump up in excitement. This time Xiao Fei is out of luck. My good luck has come. Who cares, my own happiness is more important. What does Xiao Fei's happiness have to do with me? He and Xiao Fei were jackals of the same tribe. They only got together because they were birds of a feather. There was no friendship to speak of. Naturally, he wouldn't feel sad for him. Fang Shishir really should have come to class 7 earlier. That Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang probably didn't have a chance. But now it's not too late. Takashi's luck has changed. My spring has finally come. Where do you want to sit? Lu Qingmei asked. Of course she would welcome such a top student. She and everyone else thought that Fang Shishir came for Tang Zheng. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at Tang Zheng. How could this brat's charm be so great? Yi Dingdang and his relationship seemed to be very close. Moreover, Fang Shishir, his official girlfriend, even changed classes. Tang Zheng was simply like a love saint. Teacher Lu, can I sit there? Fang Shishir pointed at the seat in front of Tang Zheng. There was already someone sitting there. Actually, Fang Shishir wanted to sit together with Tang Zheng. However, she knew that Yi Dingdang would definitely not agree. Why would she make such an impossible request? Then you'll have to ask your classmate's opinion. Lu Qingmei pointed at the male student sitting there and said. I don't have any objections. You can sit here with me. The male student excitedly said. It was as if being chosen by Fang Shishir was his greatest honor. Fang Shishir smiled and expressed her thanks. Then she naturally sat in front of Tang Zheng, leaving her beautiful back and jet black hair to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He used to think that Fang Shishir was very obedient and timid. Only now did he realize that her courage wasn't small at all. She openly sat in front of him. At this point, even a blind person could see that she came for Tang Zheng. Feng Yong quietly gave a thumbs up to Tang Zheng. Yi Dingdang also looked at him thoughtfully and meaningfully. Such a big piece of news happened in the Hell class. It made all the students' hearts surge. But at the same time, the elite class 1 was also experiencing a big event. Chapter 63. Fang Shishir decisively leaving class 1 for class 7 was like a ruthless slap to Wu Zuihong's face. She had expressed her contempt and disgust for class 7 on more than one occasion, but today, the most outstanding student in her class actually took the initiative to transfer to class 7. This was an undisguised slap to her face. Wu Zuihong's anger burned as she really had the urge to kill. The entire class was silent out of fear that they would be implicated. Suddenly Wu Zuihong's gaze fell on another empty seat, Xiao Fei. Where did Xiao Fei go? She unhappily asked. After being silent for a long time, someone finally carefully said, Xiao Fei did not come today. Did not come. Wu Zuihong's face became increasingly ashen, but she did not think too much about it as Xiao Fei was not only the class monitor but also his family background. Even if he really played truant, she would not be able to do anything to him. Study for this class yourself. Wu Zuihong did not have the desire to teach as she coldly threw down these words and walked out of the classroom. Just at this moment a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothing walked in with two strong men behind her who loudly shouted, "Not a single one is allowed to leave." Wu Zuihong of course recognized this person as she was Qiao Fei's mother. Wu Zuihong hurriedly went up to greet her as she forced out a smile and said, "Madam Qiao, why did you come?" Madam Qiao coldly looked at Wu Zuihong and with an ashen face said, "You are also not allowed to leave." Wu Zuihong was suddenly startled as she did not know why the other party was so angry. She hurriedly said, "Madam Qiao, did something happen?" "Of course something has happened, something big has happened. Someone has grown the guts of a leopard and actually dared to harm my son. I will definitely drag this person out," Madam Qiao said with a murderous look. Wu Zuihong was shocked when she heard this and asked with concern, "Qiao Fei is injured. Is his injury serious? What is going on? I also want to ask you what is going on. You are his teacher and yesterday after school he did not return home and today he was found injured. He is still unconscious and is currently undergoing emergency treatment," Madam Qiao sternly asked. Wu Zuihong said in her heart, "What does this have to do with me?" But she couldn't directly add fuel to the fire and said, "I'm also very concerned about Qiao Fei's injury, but we should first figure out what happened. I remember that he was fine yesterday after school. Then tell us what happened after school. You are his teacher and classmate, so you must know the truth. If you don't tell us today, then no one is allowed to leave the classroom." Madam Qiao's request was unreasonable, causing all of the students to glare at her. "What are you glaring at? My son is injured. You are all suspects. If you know the truth, say it quickly. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." "Are you being unreasonable? We weren't the ones who hurt Qiao Fei, so what right do you have to question us?" Someone retorted. "Why? My family is a board member of the school. Anyway, if we don't get to the bottom of this today, no one can leave the classroom." Wu Zuihong felt a headache coming on. Fang Shishi's matter had just passed and now this happened. Could it be that this year was really unlucky for her to have so many troublesome matters come knocking on her door? She suppressed the anger in her heart and said, "Madam Qiao, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Students, don't complain. Everyone cooperate and recall if you saw Qiao Fei yesterday after school. Qiao Fei purposely avoided everyone yesterday after school, so how could he be discovered?" Seeing everyone shake their heads, Madam Qiao became unhappy. She thought that these students were not cooperating and said, "I don't believe that I can't deal with a group of students. I'll interrogate you one by one. We are not criminals. You have no right to interrogate us." The students were young and full of vigor. They were all the pearls of their palms at home. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? They all retorted, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Madam Qiao was not afraid at all. Instead, she looked at them with ridicule. Suddenly, her eyes fell on two empty seats. One of them was her son's, but what about the other one? This meant that there were not all students in the classroom. Call all the students in your class over. Not a single person can be missing. There must be someone who knows the details. Madam Qiao ordered arrogantly as if Wu Zuihong was one of her subordinates. "My class's students are all here." "Liar, there are clearly two empty seats." "Oh, the other empty seat is a student who just transferred to another class." "Just transferred?" To be in such a hurry to transfer, there must be a problem. "Who knows, maybe my son's injury is related to her. Let's go find this student." Madam Qiao's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. Wu Zuihong originally wanted to persuade her, but after thinking about it, Fang Shishi was no longer in her class, so why should she speak good words for her? It would be best if Madam Qiao went to cause a ruckus. That way, she could also make Lu Qingmei lose face, killing two birds with one stone. That student transferred to Class 7. The worst Class 7? Madame Chiao said in surprise as she clearly knew of Class 7's reputation. There must be a problem with this person. Transferring to a trash class like Class 7, how could she be a good student? My son's injury must be related to her. Let's go to Class 7. The three of them rushed to Class 7. Wu Zuihong hesitated for a moment before also chasing after them. The other students looked at each other in dismay. Just what kind of trouble was this? Lu Qingmei was in the middle of her lesson when she heard a ruckus outside. Then the classroom door was heavily pushed open and fiercely hit the wall, making a loud noise. Lu Qingmei immediately raised her eyebrows as she stared at the door with an unkind expression. Coincidentally, she saw Madame Chiao aggressively walk in with two strong men. Get out, I'm in the middle of a lesson. Lu Qingmei said without any trace of politeness. Madame Chiao looked at Lu Qingmei and couldn't help but feel ashamed of her inferiority. At her age, what she hated the most was seeing others younger and prettier than her. However, there was no doubt that Lu Qingmei was younger and prettier than her. In front of Lu Qingmei, she was like an old tree branch. Thus, she didn't have a good expression towards Lu Qingmei and said, "You still want to go to class?" No way. Hand over the student that just transferred from Class 1. Lu Qingmei was secretly astonished. Just who was this crazy woman and why was she looking for Fang Shishir? Who are you? Lu Qingmei asked. Heng, who am I? I am someone you can't afford to provoke. Let me tell you, hurry up and call that person out. Otherwise, I will make sure you lose your job. Madame Chiao said overbearingly. Lu Qingmei obviously saw that her background wasn't ordinary, but how could she be afraid of her? She jokingly said, "You want me to lose my job? You don't have the qualifications. My family is a board member of this school. You say I don't have the qualifications?" Lu Qingmei's expression didn't change as she said, "So what if you are a board member? I am in class, so even if you are the emperor, you still have to get out." Lu Qingmei was a person who would become stronger when faced with a strong opponent. Madame Chiao wanted to use her status to pressure her, but she didn't fall for it. Seeing the unyielding Lu Qingmei, Madame Chiao was both angry and amused. In all these years, no one had dared to speak to her like this. She directly walked in front of the male student and fiercely slapped the table and said, "Tell me, who is the student that just transferred from Class 1? Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you?" The male student looked at her with disdain and completely ignored her. Class 7 couldn't be compared to Class 1. The students' bones were filled with pride and they also had the rebellious nature of young people. Even the teachers were unable to subdue them, so how could they be afraid of a woman who suddenly ran in and made a fuss? Madame Chiao angrily said, "You are expelled. Immediately scram." "I think you should be the one to scram." Lu Qingmei walked over. "I will say it again. Please leave my classroom. I want to go to class." "What kind of class is this? Who is the one that just transferred from Class 1? Stand up for this old lady." Madame Chiao slapped the table and angrily roared. Many people subconsciously looked towards Fang Shishir. They all wanted to know what kind of enmity she had with this crazy woman for her to actually make this crazy woman so angry. However, no one said anything about Fang Shishir. Instead, they all angrily stared at Madame Chiao. Seeing Madame Chiao being rude to Lu Qingmei again and again, many people angrily stood up. This anger quickly accumulated and finally exploded into a shocking roar, scram. The sound was so loud that the floor seemed to tremble. Madame Chiao was frightened and retreated 3 steps. If not for 2 strong men supporting her, she would have already fallen to the ground. She was both frightened and frightened. Her chest was heaving up and down as she gasped for breath and said, "Rebel, you guys really rebel. You don't want to talk, right? I have a way to make you talk. You guys go grab a person and interrogate him. I want to see how long you guys can keep your mouths shut." Two strong men flashed and grabbed a male student. They wanted to pull him out of his seat, but the male student held onto the table with a red face. "Stop!" Lu Qingmei coldly shouted. She wanted to stop them but was blocked by one of the strong men. "If you don't cooperate, then this is your fate," Madame Chiao arrogantly said. "My students, no one can touch them. You will pay the price for what you have done today," Lu Qingmei said in a powerful and resonant voice. The classroom was bustling with noise and excitement. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Let's fight it out with them." A few male students raised their chairs and were about to rush forward. Just at this time, Fang Shishir stood up and said, "The person you are looking for is me. Let go of that student." Schwa. The noise disappeared in an instant, and everyone looked at her at the same time. "Fang Shishir, don't stand up. There is no reason to talk to these people. Let's chase them out," someone shouted. "Right, chase them out." Madame Chiao stared at Fang Shishir. Another girl who was younger and more beautiful than her. This caused her jealousy to increase. She waved her hand and said, "Grab her for me." Chapter 64. Fang Shishir did not retreat or dodge. Under this kind of attack, she was like a rootless duckweed without any ability to resist. But she was not afraid, not even the slightest bit of fear. Instead, she was filled with courage because there was a person standing behind her, a person she could entrust her life to, Tang Zheng. Just now, when Madame Chiao barged in and caused a ruckus, the two of them guessed that it might be related to Chiao Fei. Seeing that Madame Chiao actually wanted to harm other students, Fang Shishir immediately stood up. The sturdy man's hand was about to grab her shoulder when suddenly, a hand appeared without any warning. Then, the sturdy man felt as if his hand had touched a hard piece of steel and was fiercely bounced back. He felt a burning pain and felt as if his bones were about to break. Tang Zheng had already stood up and stared at the sturdy man. When their eyes met, the sturdy man angrily shouted, "Who are you?" "Scram!" Tang Zheng shouted. The opponent was not even a martial artist, so he had no interest in making a move. The sturdy man's feeling was different. He felt an extremely dangerous aura from Tang Zheng's body. Although the other party's performance was no different from the other students, he still had this kind of feeling in his heart. Even he himself felt that it was ridiculous. "Why aren't you making a move?" Madame Chiao asked. Bang! The sturdy man knew that he could not stay in a stalemate, so he made a move. His fist went straight for Tang Zheng's face. Bang! Before anyone could see it clearly, they saw the burly man softly fall down like a dead fish. Madame Chiao finally realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Good, you still dare to hit people. Hurry up and capture that girl and boy." The other sturdy man also rushed over, but when he reached Tang Zheng, he followed in his footsteps and fell to the ground like a dead fish. Wah! Everyone stared with wide eyes at Tang Zheng as if they were looking at an alien. This was the first time they saw Tang Zheng make a move. They were all shocked because they did not see how Tang Zheng made a move. In their minds, a word quickly flashed: expert. Teenagers all worshipped the strong, and many of them immediately cheered. Madame Chiao was so angry that her face turned white. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that she had encountered a tough opponent. "Brat, you dare to hit people, you're fired," Madame Chiao said in a threatening manner. Tang Zheng gave her a look of disdain and did not pay her any attention. A strange light flashed through Lu Qingmei's eyes as she glanced at Tang Zheng. Then, she stared at Madame Chiao and said, "You brought people to school to commit murder, so don't even think about leaving. This matter must be clearly investigated by the police." "Ha, call the police." "Good, someone injured my son, Chiao Fei. Now that he is lying in the hospital, I also want to call the police." Without anyone to rely on, Madame Chiao was deeply afraid that this group of fearless students would gang up on her. When she heard that they were going to call the police, she couldn't wait. You can't call the police. Suddenly, the principal walked in and anxiously stopped them. We're all on the same side. This is just a misunderstanding. Let's clear things up. The principal already felt a headache coming on. He was the principal specially hired by the school board, so of course he knew Madam Chiao, so he couldn't let this situation escalate. Who is on the same side as her, principal? She openly brought people to school to commit murder. This kind of person must be severely punished. Lu Qingmei said straightforwardly. The principal bitterly smiled and said, Teacher Lu, please calm down. This is Qiao Fei's mother. The Qiao family is a board member, so how could she bring people to school to commit murder? This is definitely a misunderstanding. Moreover, according to my understanding, Qiao Fei is indeed injured and hospitalized, which is why Madam Qiao is so agitated. Qiao Fei is hospitalized. Lu Qingmei had of course heard of Qiao Fei's name. Qiao Fei's family background was illustrious, and his grades were also very good. However, she heard that he was a bit bossy and domineering, causing many students to fear him. My son was injured after school yesterday, and this matter cannot be separated from a certain student. I suspect that student is the biggest suspect. Moreover, that boy actually hit people. This kind of student must be expelled. Madam Chiao saw that the principal had arrived, so she became confident again. She placed her hands on her hips and said domineeringly. The principal glanced at Fang Shishir, and his forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. If it was someone else, he would have the authority to deal with them, but Fang Shishir was not someone easy to deal with. The Fang family was also a board member, so he couldn't afford to offend them. Thus, he hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Madam Chiao, is there a misunderstanding here? Seeing that the principal actually sided with the other side in the blink of an eye, Madam Chiao became angry. She thought that she couldn't count on the principal today. Once this matter was over, she would definitely get rid of him and find another obedient principal. Misunderstanding? Then I'll have the police come and see if this is a misunderstanding. Saying this, she actually dialed a number and loudly said, Chief Deng, I'm at Pengcheng International School. Come over, I have some matters for you to settle. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, she looked at the crowd with contempt and said, the police will be here soon. You guys just wait and tell them. The principal wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, Madam Chiao, there is no need for the police to get involved in this matter. We can settle it ourselves. I don't need you to settle it. I'll let the police handle it. Let me tell you, before the police come, that girl and boy are not allowed to leave. Today, there must be an explanation. Principal, letting these kind of people come to our school to cause trouble is simply bringing shame to our school. Lu Qingmei said. The principal bitterly smiled and advised, Teacher Lu, don't say too much. Seeing this deadlock, Fang Shishir asked in a low voice, what should we do? Don't worry, they don't know anything so they won't be able to do anything. Tang Zhen comforted her. How about I call home? The Qiao family is bullying others, but our family is not so easy to bully. Fang Shishir said. Last night, Fang Shishir was the victim, but now that Madam Chiao was making such a big fuss, it was as if she was the perpetrator, making her very angry. However, she did not want to make the matter of last night public. After all, it was not a good thing and related to her innocence. Even if nothing happened, if other people found out, there would definitely be rumors. For the time being, they don't have any evidence. Even if the police came, it would be useless. Later on, as long as we say that the two of us were together last night, they won't be able to do anything. Tang Zhen warned. I understand. Yi Dingdang saw the two whispering and suspiciously asked, what are you two chattering about? Nothing much. What happened to Qiao Fei? Who knows? Tang Zhen shrugged his shoulders and feigned ignorance. In reality, he was the clearest about Qiao Fei's situation. You two come over here. The principal waved towards Tang Zhen and Fang Shishir and said. The two of them walked over and the principal earnestly said, "Last night, student Xiao Fei was injured. Do you know who did it?" "I don't know," Tang Zheng bluntly said. "I'm not asking you, stinking brat." Madame Qiao scolded and stared at Fang Shishir and said, "What did you do last night?" "Nothing." Nothing. Who do you think you are lying to? Hurry up and tell the truth, otherwise you will suffer," Madame Qiao fiercely said. Seeing this, the principal advised, "Madame Qiao, they are still children. Let's have a better attitude." Madame Qiao glared at the principal, not understanding why his attitude today was so abnormal. It was as if he was secretly helping outsiders. Since she said she didn't do anything, then she really didn't do anything. Lu Qingmei said. "Children these days are full of lies. If you believe her, pigs can climb trees. Let me ask you, you said you didn't do anything bad. Do you have a witness?" She was with me last night. I can prove it," Tang Zheng said. Lu Qingmei looked at Tang Zheng in astonishment, thinking that he was clearly tutoring her last night, so how could he be with Fang Shishir? But she didn't point it out. "You two were together." Madame Qiao stared at Tang Zheng. How could Tang Zheng be afraid of her completely unthreatening gaze as he lightly said, "Yes. Now you have nothing to say. Wrongly accusing my student. I will sue you for slander. Wrongly accused or not, the police will know when they come." Madame Qiao didn't want to give up so easily. She had to find the culprit who injured her son. This way, when her son wakes up, she can resolve the hatred in her heart. Just as she finished speaking, several policemen boldly and decisively walked in and waved their hands. "Everyone make way." "What are you all doing here?" "Chief Deng, you came just in time. My family's Qiao Fei was injured last night and is currently in the hospital for emergency treatment. I suspect that it has something to do with this female student," Madame Qiao bluntly said. "Which eye of yours saw that your son's injury has something to do with Fang Shishir?" Lu Qingmei angrily asked. This kind of thing doesn't need to be seen to know. Chief Deng, bring them all back. We will know once we interrogate them," Madame Qiao ordered. Deng Maokai originally thought it was just a small matter, but when he saw Lu Qingmei, he instantly recognized her. This was because the beauty of this level was really rare, and his impression of her from that meeting was too deep. When Tang Zheng was caught by Qiao Fei, it was Deng Maokai who single-handedly arranged it. In the end, he even found his own subordinate Lu Gang to be the scapegoat. Only then did he keep his position as chief. The most important thing was that the picture of him and his lover was taken by Tang Zheng. He never would have thought that today he would be dragged by Qiao Fei's mother. Moreover, it seemed that he would have to face Lu Qingmei again. F***CK, why am I so unlucky? Are the Qiao family people my nemesis? I have only been quiet for a few days and now they are here again. A few days ago, Deng Maokai was on tenterhooks. He thought that Tang Zheng would release his picture, but after discovering that there was no movement, he guessed that the other side was soft-hearted and let him go. He secretly rejoiced. Suddenly, Deng Maocai's pupils shrunk as he saw Tang Zheng. His heart thumped and he could not help but cry out in grief. Why am I so unlucky? Why is it him again? Cough cough. Deng Maokai dryly coughed twice to cover up the shock in his heart. He pretended to be calm and said, "The police need evidence to handle a case and do not rely on words. We will investigate this matter and do not need other people to tell us what to do." What? Madame Qiao was not an idiot. She could clearly tell that Deng Maokai was not speaking up for her. For a moment she was stunned. Did the sun rise from the west today? How come the reinforcements that she brought over are all traitors? Chapter 65. Chief Deng, what do you mean? Madame Qiao asked in disbelief. Deng Maokai glanced at her and said in his heart, "Why won't you listen? I told you to shut up and I will decide on this matter. But he did not say it out loud as the Chiao family was not an ordinary family in ordinary balance. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Deng Maokai did not greet Lu Qingmei and Tang Zheng but pretended to be impartial and said in a businesslike manner. Madame Chiao had already discovered that something was wrong, but she still said, "My son was injured last night and I suspect that it has something to do with this female student." Deng Maocai's gaze turned towards Fang Shishir as he secretly praised her beauty and asked, "Classmate, can you tell me what you were doing last night?" "Last night I was with him the entire time," Fang Shishir calmly said. Deng Maokai glanced at Tang Zheng and nodded his head, indicating that he understood, and then said, "Then do you know how Qiao Fei was injured?" "How could I know?" "No, she is lying." Madame Chiao immediately cried out. "What you say is the truth and what others say is a lie. Don't think so highly of yourself," Lu Qingmei coldly said. Deng Maokai glanced at Lu Qingmei and saw that her face was filled with anger, even more so than the last time at the police station. His heart thumped as if she was really angry, then he might suffer a calamity, so he quickly said, "This teacher's words are reasonable. Since both sides have their own version of the story and there is no evidence, we should wait until Qiao Fei wakes up. He will definitely know how he was injured." The principal interrupted, "That's right, once Qiao Fei wakes up then won't the truth be revealed?" Fang Shishir's gaze moved as she nervously looked towards Tang Zheng, but Tang Zheng's expression did not change as he comforted her with his eyes. Madame Chiao originally wanted to take advantage of the situation before her son woke up, so seeing that Deng Maokai was not helping her, she already knew that there was an unforeseen event. She unwillingly glared at Fang Shishir and said, "Then you just wait. Once my son wakes up, no matter who the culprit is, they will not have an easy time." Ring ring ring. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang. After she picked it up, her expression changed abruptly. She asked, "Is what you said true? My son has become a vegetable." She held her phone in a daze, as if she had been immobilized. The others also understood that Qiao Fei had actually become a vegetable. This was absolutely explosive news. Many people were not used to Madame Chiao's actions and were already secretly cheering. "Serves you right. Who asked you to be so arrogant? I am #1 in the world. Now you should be crying." "No, you won't even have the chance to cry." Madame Chiao did not cry. Instead, her little universe erupted, and like a loudspeaker, she loudly roared, "I will kill you and avenge my son." Then, she rushed towards Fang Shishir. Tang Zheng stood in front of Fang Shishir and pulled her to the side. In the end, she fell to the ground in a sorry state. However, she immediately crawled up and rushed forward like a madwoman. Her face was malevolent like an evil spirit. "You police are just going to watch her commit a crime in broad daylight?" Lu Qingmei asked. Deng Maokai also finally reacted. He was truly confused by Madame Chiao's actions. Seeing her crazy appearance, he knew that she had temporarily lost her wolf. Thus, he hurriedly ordered his 2 subordinates, "Why haven't you caught her yet? Catch me? You dare to catch me? Do you know who I am? With a single word, I can peel off your skin." Madame Chiao bared her fangs and brandished her claws. One of the police was not careful and was even scratched on his face. However, in the end, she was not a match for the police and was quickly restrained. "Attacking the police is against the law," Lu Qingmei lightly said. Deng Maokai was shocked. Lu Qingmei was finally angry. This was the rhythm of dealing with Madame Chiao. However, both sides were not good people. He could only impartially enforce the law so that he would not be criticized. Moreover, Tang Zheng still had something on him. Even if he did not give Lu Qingmei face, he could not help but have misgivings about Tang Zheng. "Take her away. This is a school, not a vegetable market. Making a ruckus here is not appropriate," Deng Maokai sternly said. Looking at Madame Chiao's shrewish appearance, he instantly understood that Madame Chiao and Lu Qingmei were not on the same level. From beginning to end, Lu Qingmei was like a phoenix high up in the sky while Madame Chiao was like a chirping sparrow even though she was making a lot of noise. "What are you doing? Let me go. I want to take revenge for my son," Madame Chiao shouted. Seeing this, the principal said, "Officer, this is a misunderstanding. Can you first let her go?" After all, Madame Chiao's identity was special. If the police were to take her away like this, he would not be able to report back. Deng Maokai did not buy this as he impartially said, "Let her go. If she injures someone, will you take responsibility? Moreover, she attacked a police officer so she must be taken away. Let's go back to the police station. Why don't you take away the culprit who harmed my son? Take away that little slut. I want her to live a life worse than death." Madame Chiao was still hysterically shouting. Deng Maotsai's face became more and more ugly. How could this person be so blind? Then we will go back first, Deng Maokai respectfully said to Lu Qingmei. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was in awe of Lu Qingmei. With the ruckus here, there were already many students and teachers gathered at the door and windows. Many of them were looking at Lu Qingmei with complicated gazes. Everyone did not have much understanding of Lu Qingmei. They only knew that she was cold and arrogant. It was as if she did not want to interact with others. There was a feeling of being thousands of miles away from her. No one had ever thought that she had an outstanding identity. But from Deng Maotsai's reaction today, it seemed that her background was very big. Among the crowd, one of the people with the most complicated feelings was Wu Zuehong. This farce could be attributed to her pushing the boat with the current as she wanted to embarrass Lu Qingmei. Seeing Madame Chiao act so arrogantly, she was extremely happy and thought to herself, let the storm come even fiercer. But the final development caused her to be taken aback. The police that Madame Chiao called did not help her. Instead, they took her away. This world was too crazy. She could not understand it at all. In the end, when she saw Deng Maotsai's attitude towards Lu Qingmei, she finally understood why the police's attitude was so strange. It was all because of Lu Qingmei. Who is she? Why does she have so much power? The fear in Wu Zuehong's heart gradually spread. Her conflict with Lu Qingmei was not just a day or two. Moreover, it was an open secret. She originally thought that by relying on her position as the grade leader, she could suppress Lu Qingmei. She never thought that her background would be so big. This is bad. What if she takes revenge on me? Wu Zuehong's heart was in turmoil. Her face instantly became pale. She was in a daze as she squeezed out of the crowd. The farce that she pushed the boat with the current had turned out like this. This was not the result that she wanted. Another person with mixed feelings was Takashi. He had been silently paying attention to the development of the situation. When he heard that Xiao Fei was injured yesterday, he immediately guessed that this matter was related to Fang Shishir. This was because he was the only one who knew about Xiao Fei's actions yesterday. If Fang Shishir was not enough to harm Xiao Fei, then there was only one other person, Tang Zheng. He wished that he could immediately rush up and say that Tang Zheng was the murderer. However, in front of the entire class, he did not dare to do so. Otherwise, he would definitely become a public enemy and there would be no way for him to stay in Class 7. The development of the situation far exceeded his expectations. Xiao Fei actually became a vegetable. This really gave him a big fright. He could not help but secretly look at Tang Zheng. He discovered that his expression was normal as if he did not know about this matter. However, Takashi was very clear that this matter was definitely done by him. He actually turned Xiao Fei into a vegetable. Takashi's heart went cold. Fear spontaneously rose in his heart. It was as if a fierce tiger was staring at him and could at any time open its bloody mouth and swallow him whole. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. My conflict with Tang Zheng cannot be resolved. Now that Xiao Fei is done for, the next moment it will be my turn. I have to do something. Right, if I tell Madame Qiao the truth, then she will definitely not let Tang Zheng go. Even if there is no evidence, they will still use other methods to get revenge for Xiao Fei. Takashi's eyes lit up as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. The corner of his mouth revealed a faint evil smile. The farce ended and the audience dispersed. Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir were called downstairs by Lu Qingmei. Lu Qingmei stared at the two. Tang Zheng was calm as if nothing had happened. Fang Shishir was beautiful and pretended to be calm. However, the trace of strangeness between her eyebrows did not escape Lu Qingmei's eyes. This matter definitely has something to do with them, she concluded in her heart. However, the matter of Xiao Fei becoming a vegetable still shocked her. This method was not ordinary. Her gaze fell on Tang Zheng's body. It was as sharp as a knife, as if she wanted to cut him open and see him clearly. Tang Zheng was calm and collected. Under this knife-like gaze, his calmness was somewhat strange. This matter has something to do with you guys? Lu Qingmei finally asked. Fang Shishir's heart trembled as she subconsciously tightened her grip on Tang Zheng's hand. Tang Zheng blankly raised his head and looked at Lu Qingmei, saying, Teacher Lu, this kind of joke cannot be made. Then you mean it has nothing to do with you guys? Of course it has nothing to do with us. We are students, how could we do this kind of thing? Tang Zheng discovered that he really did have a talent for lying. His face was not red, his heart was not beating fast, and even his breathing did not change in the slightest. Currently, his control over his body was very strong. As long as he did not want to reveal any flaws, it would be very difficult for others to discover. Lu Qingmei discovered that she had to reevaluate Tang Zheng. She had already guessed that he was deliberately hiding his strength during the exam. However, this was not what surprised her the most. Tang Zheng's performance today was what surprised her the most. After doing so many things, he was still able to remain calm and composed. She could not help but think of the incident at the police station. Could it be that he was also acting at that time? Chapter 66. Then you guys better remember what you just said and say the same to other people. Lu Qingmei warned. Tang Zheng nodded, of course. Tang Zheng couldn't help but sigh that Lu Qingmei was indeed more formidable than he had imagined. She had already seen through the clues, but she was clearly biased towards him, which was a good thing. However, being together with such a shrewd woman, Tang Zheng was worried that she would discover more of his secrets, so he said, Teacher Lu, can I not make up lessons in the future? I feel that I can study by myself. No. Lu Qingmei unhesitatingly objected. She had developed an interest in Tang Zheng and wanted to slowly unravel his secrets before completely exposing Tang Zheng's secrets in front of her. She would very much enjoy this feeling of accomplishment. Tang Zheng saw that the situation wasn't good and wanted to escape, so how could she let him succeed? Their eyes met and Lu Qingmei's gaze was firm. Tang Zheng compromised and scratched his head. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have agreed to make up lessons. Now he had picked up a rock and smashed it on his own feet. It seems like I can only be more careful in the future and hide deeper. Teacher Lu, can we stop for a bit tonight? I'm bringing Tang Zheng home for dinner. Fang Shishir suddenly asked. Tonight? Lu Qingmei looked deeply at the two and said, Fine, I'll make an exception this time. Finished speaking, she walked away. Why are you inviting me to your home so quickly? Tang Zheng curiously asked. Are you not happy? Tang Zheng squeezed out a smile, of course I'm happy. Don't be unhappy. You're going to my home and not a tiger's den. Moreover, look at Xiao Fei's mom today. She definitely won't let this go. This matter needs to be handled by my dad, so you have to perform well tonight. I'm so outstanding. If I act as myself, I'll definitely win his approval. Tang Jing bragged. Shameless. My dad's requirements are very strict. Moreover, he's very strict, so don't be scared when the time comes. Don't worry, I'm very brave. Tang Jing patted his chest and said. I know you have a lot of guts, you are Tang Daring. Let me tell you, when I heard that Xiao Fei was in a vegetative state, I was scared out of my wits. Why were you so heavy-handed last night? Fang Shishir said with lingering fear. Tang Jing coldly snorted and said, letting him become a vegetable is letting him off easy. After what he did to you, I really want to kill him. Alright, don't be angry. Maybe this is karma. Now that he's in a vegetative state, he won't be able to harm anyone in the future. However, you must remember not to tell anyone about this. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Of course I know. Tonight, watch my eyes and act according to the situation. You must perform well in front of my father, Fang Shishir instructed. When class started, the two of them returned to the classroom. The commotion had gradually subsided. Many people looked at Fang Shishir with eyes full of affection. At that time, when Madame Qiao wanted to take away a classmate, Fang Shishir bravely stood up. This action undoubtedly won the goodwill of the people of Class 7. Fang Shishir quickly integrated into the group, even faster than Tang Zheng. A small piece of paper quietly appeared in front of Tang Zheng. Did you do this? For simple words, but Tang Zheng understood what it meant. He turned his head to look at the owner of the paper. Yi Dingdang stared straight at him. Tang Zheng returned the paper without giving a yes or no answer. However, in Yi Dingdang's eyes, the answer was already very obvious. Yi Dingdang was a martial artist. She had personally seen Tang Zheng face off against an assassin. That kind of decisiveness and fierceness was not something that a normal person could imagine. Thus, she believed that Tang Zheng was capable of doing such a thing. However, she believed that Tang Zheng was not a violent person. There must be a reason for this. Why? Another piece of paper appeared in front of Tang Zheng's eyes. He stared straight at these three words, his teeth involuntarily clenched. Of course there was a reason, but this reason could not be told to outsiders. This matter was related to Fang Shishir's reputation, so he once again pushed the paper back. Yi Dingdang wrinkled her eyebrows and coldly snorted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear to her words. His eyes were fixed on the blackboard as he listened to the teacher's lecture. Yi Dingdang unwillingly looked at him and then looked at Fang Shishir. She thought, Fang Shishir suddenly changing classes must have something to do with this matter. Just what did Xiao Fei do to make Tang Zheng so angry? Her gossipy heart burned, but she was unable to think of a reason. After all, a normal person would not be able to imagine that Xiao Fei would do such a shameless and bold action. This time, the storm spread through the forum at the fastest speed and throughout the school. After all, it was too big of a commotion, and the people involved were too eye-catching. Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir had undoubtedly become the focus of discussion. Many people began to envy Tang Zheng because he was too lucky to have Fang Shishir change classes for him. This special honor made many people cry out that the heavens were unfair. Why did they not have such a good thing? In addition, there were people who pointed out that Class 7 had two campus beauties. One was Tang Zheng's official girlfriend, and the other was his rumored girlfriend. This seemed like there was going to be a good show to watch. It was easy to start a war between women, especially beautiful women. Moreover, there was a man between them, so this war was bound to break out. The good fortune of having multiple lovers was not so easy to enjoy. Many people harbored evil intentions and cursed in their hearts, waiting to watch a good show. The person involved did not care about other people's thoughts. This was because Tang Zheng had already sat in the Fang family's car, preparing to attend the banquet. Was this a hangmen banquet? Tang Zheng did not know. In any case, even if it was not a hangmen banquet, this banquet would not be easy. However, his mentality was very good, and he was not worried. He did not bring a gift because he was once again a pauper. He did not have the money to buy a gift. If he bought a worthless gift, then he would be laughed at by the other party. Therefore, he brought her along to the banquet like a hoodlum. You don't have to feel burdened. You have me. Fang Shishir tightly held his hand and comforted him. I don't have any burdens. Tang Zheng casually said. Fang Shishir seriously looked at him and found that he was not lying. She could not help but tap his forehead and said, It seems like I was worried for nothing. Your heart is too big. Hee, this is called strategically valuing the opponent and tactically looking down on the opponent. You even raised it to a theoretical level. Glib tongue. Fang Shishir did not know whether to laugh or cry as she stared at him. When the car arrived, Fang Shishir held his hand and walked into the magnificent home. She changed her image of a good girl from before and seemed to want to use this method to declare her determination. Perhaps this was a counterattack to her mother's decision. When Shi Mengqin saw the two's intimate appearance, her originally unsightly expression dropped to the freezing point and she almost went berserk. Fang Shishir acted as if she did not see her expression. She walked with Tang Zheng in front of her parents and naturally said, Dad, Mom, this is Tang Zheng. Hello Uncle and Auntie. Tang Zheng courteously greeted. Shi Mengqin coldly snorted, not even giving him a friendly look. Fang Shishir unhappily pouted and then looked at her father. Fang Chonghua calmly nodded his head and said, Little Tang is here. Quickly sit down and rest. Fang Shishir was somewhat happy. Her father was indeed much better than her mother. She gave her father a sweet smile and pulled Tang Zheng to sit down. Little Tang, how are your studies in school? Fang Chonghua amiably asked like an elder. Not bad. Tang Zheng replied. Fang Chonghua smiled but did not say anything. He did not continue to ask this question. Little Tang, who else is in your family? My family only has me and grandfather. Fang Chonggua's smile increased by several degrees. Little Tang, what plans do you have for the future? For now I don't have any. The smile on Fang Chonggua's face was already very thick and he did not ask any more questions. Little brat, this person is very cunning. Tian Chanzi suddenly said. Tang Zheng was slightly startled and said, Why do you say that? Did you not hear the hidden meaning behind his three questions? Tang Zheng's heart moved. These three seemingly simple questions actually contained a deeper meaning. The first question was about his studies. Tang Zheng was ranked last in the entire school. This was something that Shi Mengqin must have already investigated. Fang Chonghua clearly knew the answer to this question. This was because he wanted to embarrass Tang Zheng. The second question was about his family. Tang Zheng's family was poor and the difference between his family and the Fang family was like heaven and earth. This was another blow. The third question was about his plans for the future. Tang Zheng honestly said that he only wanted to deal with the high school exam and quickly increase his cultivation. As for other things, he really did not consider them. The three questions advanced layer by layer. In reality, it was related to a person's soft and hard power. In the eyes of outsiders, Tang Zheng did not have any strength, so when faced with these three questions, they would feel ashamed of their inferiority and retreat. However, what Fang Chonghua did not know was that Tang Zheng was a cultivator. These three important questions were not worth mentioning to him. He was not ashamed of his inferiority because of these three questions, so he did not realize Fang Chonggua's intentions. But Heaven Monk was old and experienced, he saw through Fang Chonggua's thoughts with a single glance. Tang Zheng originally had a good impression of Fang Chonghua, but after hearing Tian Chanzi's words, he understood that Fang Chonghua was much harder to deal with than Shi Mengqin. Shi Mengqin's dissatisfaction was expressed on her face, but Fang Chonghua did not show any expression. A smiling tiger. Fang Chonghua was a smiling tiger. Tang Zheng could not help but feel a burst of helplessness. This really was a feast at Hongmen. Fang Shishir did not think that her father's questions would have such a deep meaning. She saw the smile on her father's face become wider and wider. Moreover, Tang Zheng's behavior was polite and neither servile nor overbearing. She felt that this matter was settled. If I knew that father was so easy to talk to, I would have brought Tang Zheng home earlier. After that, Fang Chonghua did not ask any more questions. Instead, he passionately urged Tang Zheng to eat more. If not for the fact that Tang Zheng already understood his intentions, he would have been deceived by his enthusiasm. After the meal, Fang Shishir passionately brought Tang Zheng to tour her home. She was like a little angel. At this moment, she felt that happiness was so close that it was at her fingertips. Chapter 67. After Tang Zheng left, Fang Shishir contentedly returned to her room to sleep. But in the other room, Shi Mengqin angrily looked at her husband and asked, "What's wrong with you today? Why are you talking and laughing with that little brat? Didn't we agree that we would make him back off?" Fang Chonghua shook his head and bitterly smiled. "If I were like you and gave him a cold face, what do you think our daughter would think? This can only push our daughter to him, which is not a wise move. Just wait and see." Although that brat is calm and collected as if nothing has happened, his heart must have undergone an earth-shattering change. He must have realized the difference between him and Shishir. Just realizing is not enough. This kind of person is just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Our family's Shishir is so outstanding, even if he is thick-skinned he will not let her go. Shi Mengqin said worriedly. "Of course I still have a backup plan. I am already contacting a foreign university. After Shishir's high school exams, I will send her abroad. At that time, the two of them will naturally end up separated." Shi Mengqin's eyes lit up as she said, "This is a good idea. Why didn't I think of this idea? You only thought of using violence to stop him, how could you not use your brain? Alright, in our family you are the smart one. Since you are smart, then what exactly happened at school today?" Shi Mengqin suddenly wrinkled her eyebrows. Fang Chonggua's face sank as he said, "Just now Shishir already told me what happened at school. This is purely the Qiao family's crazy people. They dare to slander my daughter. I will not let them off so easily. Right, slandering Shishir in front of so many people. Their family's Qiao Fei is a golden lump, but is our family's Shishir not a treasure? We must get an explanation. You do not need to worry about this matter. In this period of time, you just need to take care of Shishir. But do not be too hasty, otherwise it will cause her to retaliate. Shishir, this little brat, looks weak, but in reality she has her own opinions. Moreover, she is also a little stubborn. Following her will result in unexpected results." Fang Chonghua warned. The Qiao family was brightly lit. Madame Qiao had already returned home, so Deng Maokai naturally did not dare to do anything to her. In the end, he carefully sent her home. However, she was so angry that she couldn't take it out on Deng Maokai. Another piece of news made her even angrier. A student told her a piece of news that made her flabbergasted. Last night, Qiao Fei actually wanted to make a move on the pretty girl who had just transferred to another class. This piece of information was too crucial. Originally, she had only thought that this matter was related to Fang Shishir. After all, there was no direct evidence. But this news was indirect evidence. She knew her son's style very well, but she didn't think that this was a bad thing. It wasn't a bad thing for a boy to be romantic. Moreover, Qiao Fei had the capital to be romantic. She even thought that it was a girl's fortune to be liked by Qiao Fei. However, this girl's background was not simple. She was actually the daughter of the Fang clan. The Fang clan and the Qiao clan's strength were on par. If this matter were to be made public, the two clans would definitely become sworn enemies. That student also provided an important piece of information. The boy by Fang Shishir's side was her boyfriend. Moreover, he was skilled. Qiao Fei definitely suffered under his hands. Madame Qiao could almost imagine the scene at that time. Qiao Fei's actions were somehow discovered by Tang Zheng, and then Qiao Fei was beaten into this state. Son, I definitely won't let the murderer get away with it. I can't do anything to that little hussy, but can't I deal with a poor student with no background? I want this poor student to disappear from this world. What's the use of you being able to fight? A single bullet is enough to get rid of you. Spending money to buy a life was not a difficult matter for the rich. There were too many fugitives who would do such a thing as long as you could afford it. Of course, the Qiao clan could afford it, no matter how much it was. In the next 2 days, Tang Zheng's life was very simple. During the day, he attended classes, and during the night, he carefully dealt with Lu Qingmei, not letting her discover any more secrets. But the more he was like this, the more curious Lu Qingmei became. But she was not impatient, and prepared to slowly break through Tang Zheng's city. Tonight, he asked for leave again. Because 5 days had already passed, he had to think of a way to pay for his school fees. 100,000 yuan was not a small amount. He could not practice martial arts, nor could he gamble, so he could only use other methods. Although he had a lot of skills, he could not exchange them for money. But after thinking about it, he still found a way to earn money. Selling medicine. Yes, he wanted to sell the life-continuing pill. The life-continuing pill was incomparably precious, but in Tang Zheng's eyes, he did not need it for the time being. It was useless, so why not use it? But the life-continuing pill was too mysterious. Would other people believe it? He did not have 100% confidence. Desperate times call for desperate measures. In this world, there are many rich people who are afraid of death. There will always be people who are willing to give it a try. As night fell, Tang Zheng wore a large hat and covered himself up tightly as he sat near the entrance of the hospital. In front of him was a piece of paper with 3 large words written on it, Life-continuing pill, 200,000. 200,000 yuan to buy 10 years of life. It was a profit for the other party, but Tang Zheng did not dare to ask for too high a price. He was afraid that he would scare away the customers. But when he sat on a small stool with this piece of paper in front of him, he still attracted many strange gazes. Life-continuing pill. F***ck, these Jianghu scammers don't even have a draft when bragging. Someone mocked. Tang Zheng's expression did not change. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he did not hear anything. He muttered to himself, giving off the feeling of a Jianghu scammer. 200,000 yuan. Why don't you go rob a bank? No need to look, this is definitely a scam. The crowd discussed animatedly. Not long after, they dispersed. Afterwards, several people came over to take a look. Then they all shook their heads and walked away. A middle-aged man who was also sitting on a small stool with bottles and jars in front of him finally could not bear to watch any longer. He reminded, "Brother, you won't be able to cheat money like this. Although there are many patients in front of the hospital and there are ample resources, but after all, people nowadays are not idiots. You see, I sold a lot of the medicine for STD and syphilis because it is trustworthy. This life-continuing pill, TSK, is too unreliable. You are bragging too much. It seems like you are still not skilled enough. Maybe your master did not pass down his true skills to you." Tang Zheng looked at him and did not comment. He was not a Jianghu scammer. You are the real Jianghu scammer. Brother, I advise you not to set it up today. Come back tomorrow with a different set of clothes. Even if you want to cheat, this is not the way to do it. That person earnestly advised. Those who are willing will take the bait. Tang Zheng lightly said. F***ck, everyone is not an idiot. Moreover, even an idiot would not believe this. That person did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and thought that this brother must have gone crazy thinking about money. Just as he finished speaking, a pair of feet appeared in front of Tang Zheng. This pair of feet was wearing black stockings. The feet were very slender and well-proportioned. A pair of beautiful feet. Life-continuing pill, can it really continue one's life? A charming voice asked. Just listening to this voice would make one's bones go soft. The scammer swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his heart, he thought that there really was an idiot who took the bait. He hurriedly raised his head to look and saw a charming young woman staring straight at the 3 words, life-continuing pill. Beauty. Top-grade beauty young woman. Not only was this young woman beautiful, but her entire body emitted a mature charm that made people's hearts beat faster. The scammer could not help but stare at her in a daze. The beauty did not pay attention to the scammer's gaze. Instead, she continued to stare at the 3 words as if the 3 words had a magical power. Tang Zheng said that this woman was really beautiful. He had seen several beautiful women before, but compared to them, they all had their own merits. Life-continuing pill, of course it can continue one's life. Tang Zheng's reply was resolute and decisive. Suddenly, she shook her head and bitterly smiled. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable loneliness and pain. She muttered to herself, I actually believed in this kind of Jianghu scam. I really am an idiot. This is not a Jianghu scam. This is a genuine life-continuing pill. Tang Zheng corrected her. Her gaze finally fell on Tang Zheng. He was wrapped up tightly and was even more of a Jianghu scammer than a Jianghu scammer. The life-continuing pill was too precious. Tang Zheng understood the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. This time he urgently needed money, but he did not want to reveal his identity and cause unnecessary trouble. She was originally prepared to leave, but when she heard Tang Zheng's words, she stopped. A voice in her heart shouted, You have already tried so many methods, why don't you try one more? But this is clearly a Jianghu scam. How could there be a life-continuing pill in this world? Another voice argued. What if? If this is true, then it can save Nana's life. Thinking of Nana, her heart felt like it was being ruthlessly cut by a knife. It was a heart-wrenching pain. For Nana's sake, I will try one more time. Holding on to this hope, she squatted down. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. The people in front of him had all left after ridiculing him, but only she had asked so many questions. Moreover, from her words, it was clear that she urgently needed the life-continuing pill. Business is here. Seeing her squat down, Tang Zheng was certain that the other party had the intention of buying. Tang Zheng had finally found someone willing to take the bait, so of course he would not let her go. Your life-continuing pill costs 200,000. She asked. Yes, not a single cent less. What if you are a scammer? I already said that I am not a scammer. Would a scammer call himself a scammer? Moreover, this is the first time we have met, so how could I completely trust you? Then this business can't be done. Tang Zheng understood the principle of loosening the reins only to grasp them better, so he instinctively refused, do as you wish. Seeing Tang Zheng so calm, she could not help but secretly laugh. Are all scammers this confident these days? I only have $20,000 on me. If you are not a scammer, then I will pay you the other $180,000. She said. This. Tang Zheng had originally planned on doing a one-time deal, but the other party unexpectedly did not have enough money. The real scammer on the side stared with wide eyes. Fuck, this can also be scammed, and it was even $20,000. Are people this easy to scam these days? Chapter 68. Seeing Tang Zheng hesitate, the young woman stood up and said, Since you don't agree, then let's forget about it. No, I agree. I'll sell it to you. Tonight I'll pay you a deposit of 20,000. Once the effect is seen, I'll pay you the remaining 180,000. Tang Zheng did not have the confidence to wait for the next customer. The young woman saw Tang Zheng's anxious appearance and hesitated. His performance was like a swindler, but she still held on to a sliver of hope. When will your life-continuing pill take effect? Take it tonight and you'll see the effect. Tang Zheng confidently said, so tomorrow night at this time you can bring the rest of the money to me. These words made the swindler to the side dumbstruck. He thought to himself, I thought this brother's skills weren't good enough, but it turns out he's a true swindler. These words were said so confidently as if he himself believed it. What was the highest level of swindling? That was to first deceive oneself. In this swindler's eyes, Tang Zheng clearly belonged to this level of expert. The young woman took out 20,000 in cash from her bag and Tang Zheng took out a porcelain bottle containing a life-continuing pill. After the money and goods were settled, Tang Zheng did not forget to warn, give this life-continuing pill to the patient. After sleeping for a while it will take effect. The young woman faintly sighed as if she felt her actions were a bit ridiculous. She did not turn around and walked away. Tang Zheng put the 20,000 in his pocket. This woman did not look like someone who would go back on her words. Tomorrow night she should send the money over. Aya, this is bad. What if she doesn't send the money over? He really should have left her a way to contact him. Just now he was only thinking about selling the pill and neglected such a crucial point. Senior, please accept me as your disciple. In the future I'll follow you. The swindler grabbed Tang Zheng's arm as if he had found a great treasure and said with incomparable excitement. Tang Zheng stared blankly for a moment. He immediately understood that the other party thought he was a swindler. He bitterly smiled and explained, I'm really not a swindler. That's right. Senior, you're not a swindler. Senior, please accept me as your disciple. I'll do anything for you. Tang Zheng really didn't have the mood to tangle with the swindler. He flung his sleeves and said, you've got the wrong person. Then he quickly slipped away, leaving the swindler stamping his feet in regret. Mu Hongyan walked to the door and shook her head with a bitter smile. She really was too naive tonight. She actually believed the words of a Jianghu swindler and spent 20,000 yuan to buy some life-continuing pill. She took out the porcelain bottle and carefully examined it. The quality of the porcelain bottle was very poor, it was just a street vendor. It was not compatible with a heaven-defying item like the life-continuing pill. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that she had been cheated. Forget it. If I was tricked, then I was tricked. At least he gave me a glimmer of hope. She opened the door and heard a fairy-like voice. Mom, you're back. A little girl rushed over and threw herself into her arms like a fairy. Nana, don't run so fast. It's easy to get tired. She hugged her daughter and lovingly said. Hee hee, Nana won't be tired when she sees Mom. The little girl said in a childish voice. This was a 4 or 5-year-old little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade, just like a doll. But her face was very white. It was abnormally white and could even be said to be deathly pale. Her complexion was clearly not good and showed that she was in an unhealthy state. Mu Hongyan hugged her daughter and said, it's already so late and you're still not sleeping. Didn't I tell you to sleep early and wake up early? Nana misses Mom. Nana wants to see Mom before going to sleep. Nana is afraid that if she doesn't wake up, she won't be able to see Mom again. Nana hugged her mom's neck and affectionately said. When Mu Hongyan heard this, tears immediately flowed down as she said, Nana, don't be afraid. Nana won't not wake up. Nana will always be fine. Mom, don't cry. You won't be obedient when you cry. Mom said that good children won't cry. Nana is a good child so I won't cry. Mom is also a good child so Mom shouldn't cry. Nana said as she wiped her tears with her tender little hands. Mu Hongyan choked with sobs as she nodded her head, and, Nana is a good child. Mom is also a good child. Mom won't cry, won't cry. But the tears still flowed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Madam, don't be sad. Heaven helps the worthy. Nana is so obedient and so cute. There will definitely be a way. The servant Mother Wu walked over and comforted her with red eyes. Nana will definitely get better. Mu Hongyan said, but she didn't dare to believe the truth of her words. Mother Wu, take Nana to rest. No, I want to stay with Mom for a while. Nana likes to be with Mom the most. Nana intimately leaned her head on her shoulder. Okay, then stay with Mom for a while. Then go to sleep. Okay. Mom, what's that in your hand? It smells so good and looks delicious. Nana suddenly pointed at the porcelain bottle in Mu Hongyan's hand and said. This is nothing. But it smells so good. Is there something delicious inside? Smells good. Mu Hongyan had a face of suspicion. You really smell it? That's right, it really smells good. There must be something delicious inside, right? Nana is very smart, so she must have guessed right. Nana clapped her little hands and said excitedly. Mu Hongyan was confused. She didn't smell any fragrance, so how could Nana smell it? Nana, sit for a bit. She placed her daughter on the sofa and then walked to the side with Mother Wu. Mother Wu, do you smell the fragrance inside the porcelain bottle? Madam, I don't smell anything. What is inside? Mother Wu asked in a strange voice. Mother Wu, you go rest first. I'll take care of Nana to sleep later. Okay, madam. You should also rest early. Mu Hongyan stared at the porcelain bottle in a daze. A ridiculous thought appeared in her heart. Could it be that person wasn't a swindler and there really was a life-continuing pill inside? But why didn't Mother Wu and I smell anything, but Nana smelled the fragrance? She couldn't figure it out. Mother, what are you doing? Did you eat something delicious by yourself? Can Nana eat it? Nana also wants to eat. Nana pitifully said. Mother is here. Mother didn't eat anything delicious. Mu Hongyan walked over to her daughter's side with mixed feelings. Nana, there is something inside. Do you want to eat it? Nana heavily nodded her head. She licked her lips and impatiently said, Nana wants to eat it. Such a fragrant thing must be delicious. Mu Hongyan hesitated. Should she give it to her to eat or not? Nana only has a month to live. Even if you don't give it to her, after a month, she will leave this world. But what if this is poison? What if something happens to Nana after eating it? Even if a scammer's medicine is fake, they wouldn't dare to make it poisonous. Otherwise, if someone eats it, it would cause a lot of trouble. Perhaps this isn't some life-continuing pill, but it definitely isn't poison. But if something really happens to Nana after eating it, I definitely won't let that scammer off. Her eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. There was actually a kind of pressure that came from her. Nana, since you want to eat it, then Mother will give it to you. Mu Hongyan poured the life-continuing pill into her palm. It was sparkling and translucent, just like a pearl. Her eyes lit up. This appearance was very good. Wow, it's really fragrant. I want to eat it, I want to eat it. Nana impatiently grabbed the life-continuing pill and directly put it into her mouth. Mu Hongyan stared at Nana, afraid that she would have a bad reaction. But she saw that Nana seemed to be enjoying it. She stretched her waist and smacked her lips, saying, Delicious, it's really delicious. She looked as if she hadn't had enough. Nana, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? No, Nana is very comfortable. I feel like my whole body is warm. You feel warm? Mu Hongyan asked in disbelief. Nana had a special body since she was young. Her body was basically ice cold and rarely felt warm. But after eating this life-continuing pill, she immediately felt warm. How could this not shock her? That's right, Nana has never felt this warm before. Nana is very sleepy and wants to sleep. Nana said with a yawn. Okay, Mother will carry you to sleep. Mu Hongyan carried her daughter into the bedroom, but found that Nana had already fallen asleep in her arms. She was so quiet that she looked like a little angel. Nana is really going to be better. The life-continuing pill is actually real. That person isn't a scammer, but a genius doctor. She felt that she was too lucky. Just when she was about to lose all hope, she met a genius doctor. Moreover, she almost missed it and almost made a mistake that she would regret for the rest of her life. God bless me, God bless me. She clasped her hands together and finally revealed a relieved smile. In these years, she rarely smiled, but when she smiled, she looked very beautiful. The genius doctor said that he would see the results in one night. Tonight, I will guard Nana by her side. There must not be any accidents. She carefully guarded her little angel. She saw that Nana's breathing was steady and unknowingly, a healthy red flush appeared on her pale face. The sickly feeling in her body was slowly disappearing. Mu Hongyan opened her eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single detail. She wanted to firmly engrave this moment of her daughter's transformation in her heart. Because, this was her happiest moment, and also Nana's most important moment. That night, Mu Hongyan's eyes rarely blinked. When the sky brightened, the sunlight shined in from the window and shined on Nana's rosy face. She looked like she was bathing in the holy light of Buddha. Suddenly, Nana opened her eyes and sweetly smiled. Mu Hongyan's heart almost melted. Nana's smile dispelled the haze in her heart for so many years. She also smiled from the bottom of her heart. Mother, you look very beautiful when you smile. Nana, you look even better when you smile. Then in the future, Nana has to smile more. That way, Mother will smile even more. Nana likes to see Mother smile. And, Mother will smile more in the future. You have to smile happily. Mu Hongyan hugged Nana and tightly hugged her. This level of godly doctor was obviously an old man, so it was equivalent to kneeling to an elder. There's really no need. If you continue like this, I'm going to leave. Tang Zheng said helplessly. All right then. The godly doctor's benevolence and righteousness is truly admirable. Tang Zheng was puzzled. When did I become benevolent and righteous? I only sold a life-continuing pill. However, he was happy to see the young woman like this. This meant that the life-continuing pill was effective. His money was no longer a problem. Mommy, who is he? Nan Nan stared with her black eyes and curiously asked. He is Grandpa Godly Doctor. Nana, quickly say hello to Grandpa Godly Doctor. Mu Hongyan said. Cough cough. Tang Zheng almost choked on his saliva. Grandpa Godly Doctor, was he really that old? Grandpa Godly Doctor, what's wrong? Nana asked. Nothing, don't call me Grandpa Godly Doctor. But Mommy told me to call you Grandpa Godly Doctor. Good children should listen to Mommy. Nana said seriously. This. Actually, I'm not that old. Oh, then I'll call you Grandpa Godly Doctor. Nana said with a smile. Nana, don't be rude. Mu Hongyan hurriedly stopped him. Senior, she's just a child. I hope you don't mind. It's nothing, I think it's good to call you Grandpa. Mu Hongyan was dumbstruck. She thought, could it be that Grandpa Godly Doctor has a child's heart? Grandpa Godly Doctor, this junior has not introduced myself. This junior is called Mu Hongyan. It's my good fortune to be able to meet such an expert like Senior. Senior, the wind is strong here. Can we find a place to sit? Mu Hongyan carefully suggested. This. Tang Zheng originally planned to take the money and leave. He did not expect the other party to make such a request. Grandpa Godly Doctor, can we find a place to sit? Nana wants to stay with you for a while. Nana looked up at him with her pink face and blinked her eyes. Looking at this girl who was carved from jade, he could not bear to refuse. He nodded his head in agreement. Nana happily clapped her hands and said, Grandpa Godly Doctor is too good. Grandpa Godly Doctor is a good person. Looking at her pure and cute appearance, Tang Zheng felt incomparably happy. He smiled and said, You're called Nana, right? That's right. What's Grandpa Godly Doctor's name? This, Nana, you can't be so rude as to ask for Senior's name. Nana seemed to understand and said, Oh, then Nana won't ask. Grandpa Godly Doctor, can we go to the tea house over there? Mu Hongyan asked. Tang Zheng nodded and the few of them walked towards the tea house. Suddenly, Tang Zheng felt his hand being held by a small hand. Nana's left hand was holding her mother's hand and her right hand was holding Tang Zheng's. Her face was brimming with a satisfied smile. Mu Hongyan was frightened by Nana's actions. She seemed to be afraid that she would make Tang Zheng unhappy. She hurriedly apologized, Grandpa Godly Doctor, Nana is still young, so a child's temperament. Tang Zheng waved his hand and said, It's no matter. Mu Hongyan let out a long sigh of relief. He was indeed a highly respected senior. His breadth of mind was not something an ordinary person could compare to. However, the three of them were indeed a strange combination. Tang Zheng was wrapped up tightly, while Mu Hongyan and Nana were like people who walked out of a story. It was hard not to attract attention. However, the three of them were not ordinary people. They ignored the fiery gazes around them. Seeing Tang Zheng's extraordinary bearing, Mu Hongyan was even more convinced. Mu Hongyan ordered a pot of good tea and personally brewed it for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng took a sip. Seeing that the other party did not mention the matter of money, he could not help but feel anxious. However, if he were to immediately mention money, especially in front of Nana, he felt that he could not bring himself to say it. Senior, if I offended you yesterday, I will use tea in place of wine to apologize to Senior. You did not offend me. That is human nature. You don't need to be like this. After being called Senior by her, Tang Zheng felt as if he had aged several years. His whole body felt uneasy. You don't need to be so reserved. You make it seem like I am very narrow-minded. Tang Zheng generously said. Seeing that Tang Zheng did not care about these unnecessary formalities, she did not continue to pursue this issue and said, Last night when I went back, I gave Nana a life-continuing pill. The effects were very good. When she woke up this morning, she underwent a heaven-shaking change. Mother, is the life-continuing pill the very fragrant and delicious pill I ate yesterday? Nana curiously asked. Yes, that pill was given to me by Senior Godly Doctor. Wah, Brother Godly Doctor, you are too good. That was the most delicious thing I have ever eaten. Moreover, after eating it, I felt that my body felt warm and very comfortable. Tang Zheng nodded and said with a faint smile, It's good that you like it. In his heart, he could not help but sigh. He did not think that such a young girl would have such a difficult life that she would need to use the life-continuing pill. Senior, I have a few questions that I would like to ask you. I wonder if Senior can give me a few pointers. This. As long as it is convenient, I will do my best to tell you. That life-continuing pill is very mysterious. But why is it that Nana can smell its fragrance and no one else can? This. Tang Zheng had already noticed this point when he heard her explanation. When the life-continuing pill was first refined, it would release a strange fragrance. But after that, the fragrance would be restrained. Even Tang Zheng could not smell it, so how could this little girl smell it? I am also not clear. Tang Zheng honestly said. Mu Hongyan was slightly disappointed. She did not think that Tang Zheng did not know the reason. It should be because it was a secret that he could not reveal. So, she changed the question that she was most concerned about. Senior Godly Doctor, will Nana be completely fine from now on? This time, Tang Zheng was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he stared at Nana. Nana also stared at him with her large eyes. Occasionally, she would mischievously stick out her tongue. Tang Zheng's eyebrows gradually knit together. He shook his head and said, "No." Mu Hongyan originally thought that Nana was completely fine. She did not think that she would be happy for nothing. She felt as if she had fallen from heaven to hell. Her face became pale as she said, "Senior, isn't this the life-continuing pill? How could Nana still be fine?" Tang Zheng refined the life-continuing pill to save his grandfather. His grandfather was already very old. If he could live for another 10 years, then to Tang Zheng, it would be a very precious thing. However, 10 years was not enough for Nan Nan, who was only 4 or 5 years old. 10 years later, she would only be in her teens. At that time, the premature death of a young girl in the prime of her youth would bring even greater pain to her family. Listen to me. This life-continuing pill can only extend a person's lifespan by 10 years. It cannot extend a person's lifespan by 100 years. Do you understand? 10 years of lifespan. Only 10 years. The teacup in Mu Hongyan's hand fell and the tea splashed all over the table. She could not imagine what it would be like to lose Nana 10 years later. She simply could not accept this kind of thing. Moreover, Nana's problem is not as simple as you think. The life-continuing pill can extend her lifespan by 10 years, but in these 10 years, her body will be tortured. Tang Zheng's tone changed and became gloomy. Tortured? Mu Hongyan was dumbstruck. She felt that she had been happy too early. The situation had far surpassed her imagination. What torture? Nana is still a child. These past few years, she has already suffered a lot. She is still a child, so this kind of suffering should not happen to her. Nana's hands held her little face as she blankly looked at the two people. She did not really understand what the adults were saying. She seemed to understand and said, "Mommy, Nana is not afraid of suffering. As long as I can be by Mommy's side, Nana is not afraid of suffering. Even if Nana suffers too much, she is not afraid." Her face was filled with determination, just like a little adult. Chapter 70. Tang Zheng calmed his heart and asked, "Can you tell me about Nana's condition?" Mu Hongyan was originally in despair, but this sentence seemed to give her a glimmer of hope. She did not care about being sad and hurriedly said, "Nana has been weak and sickly since birth. Her body temperature is not high, and as she grows older, her body temperature is getting lower and lower. A while ago, it directly became ice cold. In addition, every once in a while, she will have an attack." "What are the symptoms of the attack?" "After the attack, she will fall asleep. At first, she will fall asleep for a day, then 2 days, 3 days, and now she has been asleep for almost a week. The doctor said that the next attack may cause her to fall asleep and never wake up again." Mu Hongyan said in pain. "Nana does not like to sleep at all." Nana said with a pout. Nana does not need to be afraid of sleeping now. Nana is already better." Mu Hongyan hurriedly comforted. Nana beamed with joy and said, "That's right. After eating Brother Godly Doctor's pill, Nana will be better." Tang Zheng had never heard of this condition before. It sounded very strange, but he seemed to have found the reason. Because the longer he interacted with Nana, the clearer he felt the aura on her body, evil qi. How could an innocent and naive little girl possess evil aura? Her illness was most likely caused by this evil qi. But he did not expect that this evil qi came from the mother's womb. This meant that something must have happened when the mother was pregnant. "Senior Godly Doctor, you must have a way to save Nana, right?" Mu Hongyan asked nervously, afraid that Tang Zheng would give a negative answer. "I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee that it will succeed." Tang Zheng did not guarantee anything. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of situation, so he was not clear about the specific situation. "Senior, you can definitely do it. I believe in you. You are Nana's only hope, and also her last hope. I'll do my best. But I still want to ask you a question. Did anything strange happen when you were pregnant? Strange? Mu Hongyan was confused. Obviously, I don't know what Tang Zheng is referring to. Just some strange things, or things that can't be explained by common sense. Hearing Senior's words, there is indeed something strange. When I was pregnant, I fainted outside for no reason. Later, the doctor deduced that it might be because of hypoglycemia, but I clearly don't have hypoglycemia. However, it never happened again, so I didn't think much about it. Mu Hongyan recalled for a long time and said, "How did you feel when you woke up?" "I don't feel anything special. I just feel a little cold. I thought it was because I caught a cold in the wind." Tang Zheng's heart moved. The evil energy most likely entered her body at that time, but it did not remain in her body. Instead, it passed into the baby's body. Seeing Tang Zheng suddenly ask about this matter, Mu Hongyan was not an idiot. She immediately thought of a possibility and cried out in alarm, "Senior is saying that Nana's illness is related to my fainting at that time?" "It should be." The pain on Mu Hongyan's face became more intense. It turned out that her daughter had suffered all these years because of her. This was something that any mother would feel incomparably pained to know. How could this be? Why did Nana have to suffer so much? Why wasn't I the one who suffered? Seeing that she had sunk into deep self-blame, Tang Zheng hurriedly advised, "This is not your fault." "No, it is my fault." Tang Zheng firmly shook his head and said, "This really is not your fault. Because that person wanted to harm Nana." Harm Nana? But at that time Nana was not even born yet. Why would someone want to harm her? "I don't know about this, but the person who did this is not simple." Tang Zheng thoughtfully said. This evil energy had entered the baby's body from the mother's body. This was not within the scope of martial arts, but rather a magic technique. "Little brat, you have some insight," Tian Chanzi suddenly said. "I have always had good insight, okay?" "Humph, I just praised you and you're so cocky. This little girl has been cursed by someone else." "Cursed? What kind of magic technique is that?" "This is a sinister and vicious magic technique. Normally, only evil people like the demon race would use it. The curse lasts for a long time and is very secretive. The caster deliberately wanted to use this method to torture this little girl to death. So vicious." Tang Zheng looked at Nana's innocent and naive appearance, but she had been harmed by this kind of magic technique. He could not help but fly into a rage. The demon race has many more vicious magic techniques. "You will know when you see them in the future," Tian Chanzi said, not surprised. "Then is there any way to get rid of this curse?" Tang Zheng quickly asked. "The curse is not so easy to get rid of. If you don't pay attention, the person who has been cursed will die. I am asking you if you have a way. I am not asking you to be an alarmist here." "What a joke. How could I not have a way? I am telling you the danger of the curse. Then with my current strength, can I do it? Originally you couldn't do it. But this time the caster's skill is not very good, so you can do it." Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. His previous decision was to help Nana. This little girl was too lovable. He did not want her to die in 10 years. After the curse is broken, her lifespan can be extended. That is natural. Moreover, she has already eaten the life-continuing pill. It will be a blessing in disguise. She will get more benefits than the average person. Tian Chanzi said. "Senior, when will you treat Nana? What medical equipment do you need?" "I will arrange it for you." Mu Hongyan stopped blaming herself and asked impatiently. "I don't need any other equipment. I just need a quiet environment. Is home okay? As long as it is not noisy." "It will definitely not be noisy." Mu Hongyan promised. "Senior, this time you saved our family's Nana. I don't know how to thank you. You already paid yesterday." "Ah, Right, I almost forgot. Yesterday's payment was saved on this card. The password is the last 6 digits of the card. Mu Hongyan weighed the pros and cons for a long time today. In the end, she still deposited 500,000 into the card. Nana's life was priceless. If she only gave her 180,000, she would feel bad. So she deposited 500,000. This amount was not too much and not too little. It was just enough to express her gratitude. But after hearing Tang Zheng's words today, she had a new idea. Originally, Tang Zheng could have just taken the money and left. There was no need to mention the problem with Nana's body. But he did so and also promised to treat Nana. This made her feel even better about Tang Zheng. She respected him even more. She decided to go back and deposit 480,000 into the card to make up 1 million. Tang Zheng finally got the money and let out a sigh of relief. He really did not misjudge the person. Senior, when can we start the treatment? Mu Hongyan asked expectantly. Of course, the sooner the better. I also don't want to see Nana suffer. Tang Zheng said. These words undoubtedly touched Mu Hongyan's heart. She was overjoyed and said, Thank you, Senior. Can we do it tonight? Yes. Tang Zheng's time at night was very tight. These 2 days, he asked for leave from Lu Qingmei with great difficulty. If he asked for leave again, she would go crazy. Then let's go home. She paid the bill and then left the tea house in a hurry. She walked towards the parking lot. Nana seemed to like being with Tang Zheng very much. She always held Mu Hongyan in one hand and Tang Zheng in the other. In other people's eyes, they seemed to be a warm family. Although this family's dressing and temperament did not match. Mu Hongyan's car was parked in the parking lot not far away. They just had to cross the road to get there. The green light turned green. The 3 of them walked on the sidewalk. At this time, it was already dark, so there were not many people. Suddenly, a car sped up but did not stop. Instead, it sped up and rushed towards the 3 of them. Ah! When other people saw this scene, they screamed. Tang Zheng discovered the danger and reacted almost instantly. His left hand grabbed Nana in his arms. His right hand grabbed Mu Hongyan's hand and quickly retreated. Bang! A gunshot rang out, causing Tang Zheng's heartstrings to fiercely tremble. He was far too sensitive to gunshots, so at the same time the gunshot rang out, he shouted and got down. He had already pushed Mu Hongyan and Nan Nan under him. Kacha! A window on the side of the street was shattered by a bullet. The crowd finally reacted and screamed. Tang Zheng turned his head and saw that the speeding car had stopped. A hand holding a gun stretched out. The black muzzle was aimed at Tang Zheng's direction. Bang bang bang, a series of gunshots rang out. If Tang Zheng was alone, he would have many ways to deal with it, but he had 2 people under him, one big and one small, so he did not dare to be negligent. He carried the 2 people and quickly retreated, almost brushing past the bullets as he hid behind a wall. The bullets chased after him, splashing dust on the ground. Are you guys okay? Tang Zheng looked down at the 2 people in his arms and asked anxiously. Nana is fine. Brother Miracle Doctor's arms are so warm and comfortable. Nana was not aware of the danger at all. Instead, she smiled contentedly. Mu Hongyan's face did not show any fear. Instead, it was angry. Yes, very angry. This gunman seems to be targeting us. Tang Zheng could clearly feel the other party's murderous aura. However, he did not know if this murderous aura was targeted at him or the mother and daughter pair. Although Tang Zheng did not know much about Mu Hongyan and her mother, but since they were able to make the Devil Clan attack them, it meant that the other party's identity was not ordinary. In any case, up until now, Tang Zheng had only met martial artists. He had never met anyone who knew magic. Therefore, he could not rule out the possibility that the gunman's target was the mother and daughter pair. The vengeful spirit won't disperse. That year he harmed Nana and now he wants to harm us. Does he really think that us mother and daughter are at his mercy? Mu Hongyan was flustered and exasperated. She said with a red face. Chapter 71. When a woman was angry, she would be very scary. The more beautiful a woman was, the scarier she would be when she was angry. Mu Hongyan was an extremely beautiful woman, so she would be very scary when she was angry. Tang Zheng felt the murderous aura on her body and thought that she was a hidden master. He was looking forward to her making a move. But she did not make a move because she did not know martial arts. Not knowing martial arts did not mean that a person was not a threat. Mu Hongyan shouted into the dark night, "Catch him!" Tang Zheng heard a few sounds of something breaking through the air. Whoosh! That car shot out like an arrow from a bow. Then, a few more cars rushed out of the night and chased after it. Tang Zheng saw it clearly and immediately had a clearer understanding of Mu Hongyan's strength. She actually had bodyguards accompanying her, and more than one. Judging from their skills, they were all martial artists. People with such extravagance in ordinary balance were definitely not simple. Who is she? This question popped up in his mind, but he found that no matter how hard he thought, he could not find any answer. Since that was the case, he would not think about it. "Senior, can you let go of me?" Mu Hongyan calmed down and found that her position with Tang Zheng was very ambiguous. The two of them were tightly pressed together and could feel each other's body temperature. Tang Zheng could even feel the softness of her chest. It was so ecstatic. Tang Zheng quickly let go of her and explained awkwardly, "I was in a hurry just now, so I'm sorry." "It's okay. Senior, I'm really sorry that you were implicated and frightened this time. If you need to rest, we can treat you next time." "No need, treatment is more important. These criminals are really too rampant. They dare to commit crimes openly on the street." "Yes, but this person can't run away. As long as we catch him, the truth will come to light." The two of them successfully got into Mu Hongyan's Volvo S80. This time, there were no gunmen. Tang Zheng and Nana sat together in the back row. Nana snuggled up to Tang Zheng with her small eyes slightly closed. She looked like she was enjoying herself. Mu Hongyan saw this scene from the rearview mirror and was secretly surprised. Why was Nana so clingy to him? It was as if he had a magical power, which was not like Nana's character. Nana was shy with strangers and would not be so close to strangers. However, she and Tang Zheng seemed to have a natural tacit understanding. The two of them did not have the strange feeling of having just met each other. Nana is able to get along well with Senior. This is also her opportunity. Mu Hongyan silently thought. She didn't say anything, giving this adult and child some space to interact. When they got out of the car at home, Nana was still holding Tang Zheng's hand reluctantly. In the end, the three of them went upstairs hand in hand. "Senior Godly Doctor, please come in." Mu Hongyan warmly greeted. "Brother Godly Doctor, quickly come and sit. Nana will give you a toy to play with," Nana said as she stuffed her doll into Tang Zheng's arms. Tang Zheng rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Nana is so obedient." Mother Wu saw that there were guests in the house and hurriedly came out to welcome them. She just happened to see this scene and was shocked beyond words. "Mother Wu, quickly boil some water and make tea for our guest," Mu Hongyan instructed. Mother Wu suspiciously entered the kitchen and looked back at Tang Zheng from time to time. However, when she saw Mu Hongyan's respectful attitude towards Tang Zheng, she couldn't help but guess where this person came from. "Senior, please sit down and rest for a while. I'll go make tea for you." "No need, we can start right away." "No, Senior, why don't you rest for a while? With so many things happening tonight, it really gives me a headache." She lifted her hair and rubbed her temples, looking extremely flirtatious. "Nana's father isn't home?" Tang Zheng looked around and didn't find any trace of a man, so he casually asked. Mu Hongyan's face darkened as she said, "He passed away a few years ago." "I'm sorry." Tang Zheng quickly apologized. "It's already in the past. Senior, you don't need to worry about it." Mu Hongyan entered the kitchen and made a cup of tea for Tang Zheng and respectfully brought it out. This scene made Mother Wu's jaw drop. She had never seen Mu Hongyan be so respectful to anyone. She couldn't help but be curious about Tang Zheng. Just what kind of divine being was he that he could make her madam be so humble? "I've rested enough. Let's begin," Tang Zheng said as he put down the teacup. "Okay, Senior can use my room. It's spacious." Mu Hongyan took the initiative to say. "Okay. Do you need me to do anything?" "No need. Just stand guard at the door. Keep quiet and don't let anyone disturb you." "Senior, rest assured. I will follow your instructions." "Nana, later you and Senior Godly Doctor will go to the room. Be obedient and do whatever Senior tells you to do. Don't be willful and cause trouble," Mu Hongyan warned. Nana heavily nodded her head and said, "Mother, I know. I won't be willful and cause trouble. That's a bad child. Nana is a good child. Very, very good. Nana, let's go in." Seeing Tang Zheng holding Nana's hand and walking into her room, she couldn't help but anxiously wait. The room was filled with the faint fragrance of a woman. This was the first time Tang Zheng had entered a woman's private space other than Yidingdang's room. He found that the style of the room was mature, but not lacking in elegance. Moreover, the faint fragrance was intoxicating, making people involuntarily think of a woman. Right, this was Mu Hongyan's scent. Previously when Tang Zheng was hugging her, he smelled this scent. "I don't want to think about nonsense. Let's hurry up and get down to business." Tang Zheng waved his hand and chased away the messy thoughts in his mind. He said to Nan Nan, "Nan Nan, later you close your eyes and sleep. Obediently listen to your brother's words and it will be fine." "Brother Godly Doctor, why are you using a cloth to cover your face?" Nana nodded her head and curiously asked. "Because Big Brother doesn't look good," Tang Zheng mischievously said. "That's not it. Big Brother is definitely a handsome guy. Brother Godly Doctor, can you let Nana look at your face?" Nana curiously asked. Seeing her burning eyes full of expectation, Tang Zheng couldn't bear to refuse and said, "Okay, but this is our secret. You're not allowed to tell anyone else. Even Mom won't tell." "Yes, so this is our secret. Come, let's pinky swear." Tang Zheng looked at the cute little loli, overflowing with love. Nana tilted her head and thought for a moment. After pinky swear, she nodded her head and said, "Okay, our secret." Then she looked up at Tang Zheng with a face full of expectation. Tang Zheng slowly took off the cloth on his face, revealing a delicate and handsome face. "Wow, Brother Godly Doctor is a handsome guy." Nana covered her mouth and said exaggeratedly. "Hee hee, how old are you to know handsome guys?" Nana knows everything. Brother Godly Doctor is really a handsome guy, the most handsome guy. "Okay, now you can close your eyes." "And, do I want to sleep?" "You can sleep. Then can I dream of Brother Godly Doctor?" "I can't guarantee this. Dreams can't be controlled. I heard that the more you think of a person, the more you will dream of him. I'll try my best to think of Brother Godly Doctor. Then I'll definitely dream of you." While saying this, she closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. Tang Zheng's smile disappeared and his face became serious. "Tian Chanzi, let's begin." "Okay, you follow me and recite this incantation." Tian Chanzi said a tongue-twisting incantation. Tang Zheng did the same, while urging his power, he recited it. The incantation was combined with his true qi. The power of the incantation was instantly stimulated and the atmosphere in the room changed. He saw a cloud of black gas appeared on top of Nana's head, and the black gas continued to gather from all corners of the body to the top of her head. It's your evil aura that finally let me catch you. This time you won't be able to escape. Suddenly, Nana's face showed a painful color, as if she was suffering a great pain. This evil aura refused to comply. Continue to urge your power. Tian Chanzi commanded. Tang Zheng immediately urged his power. In an instant, the restless evil aura calmed down. Nana's expression finally relaxed. Tang Zheng was relieved, but he did not dare to take it lightly. He saw the evil aura on top of her head was accumulating more and more. Finally, a black talisman appeared on her forehead and rapidly rotated. Tang Zheng found himself in a trance, and the surrounding space was distorted. In the next second, he appeared in a strange space. In the sky, there was a black talisman rotating rapidly. It was exactly the same as the one Tang Zheng saw on top of Nana's head. The talisman shook and suddenly turned into a black python, condescendingly looking at Tang Zheng. Who are you? How dare you destroy my incantation? The python opened its mouth and spoke. Who are you, using such a sinister and vicious incantation on a child? Do you still have any humanity? Tang Zheng asked loudly. Ha, humanity. The python seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing. It turned its head and wagged its tail and laughed. Boy, since you dare to destroy my incantation, then I will kill you today. I will also swallow your soul so that you can never be reincarnated. I will let you know the consequences of meddling in other people's business. Then let's see if you die, or I die. The python swooped down, and its huge body instantly wrapped around Tang Zheng, as if it wanted to strangle Tang Zheng to death. Tang Zheng hurriedly activated his martial arts and formed a sword seal with his hand. In that instant, a strong wind blew as the flying immortals from heaven beyond sword technique suddenly displayed its might. Even though Tang Zheng had only learned the first 15 moves, its might was not to be underestimated. He only heard the sword hum fill the entire space before the python started to scream. What kind of sword art is this? How can it be so powerful? Who are you? I am the one who will kill you. Break for me. An invisible sword was formed, and with a loud sound, it ruthlessly slashed the python's body, and the python instantly disintegrated. I refuse to accept this. I will definitely find you. The python let out a hysterical roar, and was instantly pulverized by the invisible sword chi. It floated in the vast space, and finally slowly settled and merged with the floor. The space in front of him distorted, and Tang Zheng found himself back in the room. Nana was still sleeping, but there was no evil aura on her body. I said that this little girl would benefit from a disaster. Check her body. Tian Chanzi said. Chapter 72. This is true qi. Tang Zheng was shocked as she unexpectedly profited from a disaster as her body now had true qi. Yes, this is the result of the life-continuing pill's spiritual power and evil qi. I said that as long as the curse was broken, she would be compensated. Tian Chanzi said. She has suffered so much at such a young age, so this compensation should be given. Like this, wouldn't she have already stepped onto the threshold of cultivation? Yes, but she is still too young and her mind has not yet fully developed. Moreover, there is no suitable cultivation method for her to cultivate, so she can only maintain her current state. But this will be very beneficial to her body, as her body will always be nourished by this true qi. In the future, whether it is martial arts or cultivation, it will be much easier. Tang Zheng was sincerely happy for her, as all his efforts were worth it. Tian Chanzi, just now that python said it would come find me. What should I do? It's just a clown, what is there to be afraid of? Oh, that's not right. Even if he is a clown in my eyes, I am afraid he is still a huge threat to you. Tang Zheng could not help but roll his eyes and say, you can just say that I am too weak, why beat around the bush? Hey, that is exactly what I meant. Tian Chanzi said without any trace of politeness. Che. You can rest assured that I will work hard to cultivate. Once I cultivate my true fire, I will be able to refine the spirit pill. At that time, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Tang Zheng said unconvinced. Then wait until you cultivate your true fire. Tang Zheng was a little depressed as these past few days he had tried to ignite his true fire, but every time his true qi entered his dantian it was like a clay ox entering the sea, causing him to suffer a heavy blow. In other people's eyes, this was an extremely simple problem, but he actually met a stumbling block, so how could he not be depressed? Brother Godly Doctor, I just dreamt of you. Nana opened her eyes and said with a smile. Wah, you really dreamt of me? Nana nodded seriously and said, yes, I dreamt that a python came to eat me, and then Brother Godly Doctor came to save me and defeated the python. Tang Zheng was startled. Wasn't she dreaming of the battle just now? During the battle just now, his consciousness was sucked into the talisman. The talisman was connected to her brain, so everything that happened was presented in her mind. She just treated it as a dream. Brother Godly Doctor is really amazing, Nana doesn't have to be afraid anymore. Tang Zheng patted her head and said, yes, Nana doesn't have to be afraid anymore. Will Brother Godly Doctor protect Nana? Just like how a prince protects a princess. The prince is protecting the princess. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. A girl could never escape the dream of being a prince and a princess, even if she was very young. Looking at her expectant eyes, Tang Zheng said, Brother will protect you, just like how a prince protects a princess. Nana excitedly clapped her little hands and cheered, oh, Nana also has a prince, Brother Godly Doctor is Nana's prince. Brother Godly Doctor, this is our secret, you can't tell anyone. Tang Zheng didn't expect her to use what he learned, so he laughed and said, okay, this is our secret, I won't tell anyone. Mu Hongyan stared at the bedroom door, not knowing how the treatment inside was going. Her heart was in a mess, feeling that time was passing too slowly. Mother Wu had never seen her like this, so she advised, Madam, can that godly doctor really cure Miss illness? Of course he can, because he is a godly doctor. Mu Hongyan kept telling herself that she had to believe this fact, so at this moment, she blurted it out without hesitation. Mother Wu had seen her invite too many so-called godly doctors, and many of them were great in the medical field, but they were all helpless. This time, she actually invited a weirdly dressed person to treat Mississippi. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that it was unreliable. If there really was a way, there would have been a way long ago. There was movement in the room, so Mu Hongyan hurried to the bedroom door, but she didn't dare to break in. The godly doctor had told her not to be disturbed, so although she wanted to go in and see what was going on, she resisted. Creak. Suddenly, the door opened. Nana walked out holding Tang Zheng's hand. Her face was full of excitement, and her eyes were full of charm and luster. Her movements were completely different from before, and there were many changes compared to before. Both Mu Hongyan and Mother Wu saw it at a glance, and their eyes widened at the same time in disbelief. How could there be such a change so quickly? Mu Hongyan hurriedly squatted down and picked up Nana, carefully examining her. Her body's aura had changed a lot, and she was no longer sick, but full of vitality, like the rising sun. Senior Godly Doctor, how is the treatment effect? She impatiently asked. Tang Zheng faintly smiled and said, the effect is very good, the evil aura in her body has been completely removed by me, so she will be healthy in the future. Mu Hongyan was so happy that she wanted to jump up. From yesterday until today, her mood had been on a roller coaster too many times, and she was still uneasy, so she asked, then 10 years later. 10 years later, she will be safe and sound, and her body will become better and better, even better than a normal person. If she practices martial arts, I believe she will have great achievements. Mu Hongyan's mood could no longer be described as pleasant surprise. She couldn't even find the right words to describe her mood, because this result had far exceeded her expectations. Mu Hongyan fiercely kissed her daughter's face, and cried tears of joy, Nana, you're finally better, mother is too happy. Then Nana won't have to worry about not waking up after falling asleep? Nana asked in a childish voice. No need, there's no need at all. Then that's great, from now on I can sleep in peace. Mu Hongyan put Nana down, and her mood fluctuated. She couldn't help but hold Tang Zheng's hand and said, Senior Godly Doctor, you have given me, Mu Hongyan, a new lease of life, and that money is not enough to express my gratitude. Senior, is there anything else you can help me with? I must do something, so that my heart can feel more at ease. Tang Zheng understood her feelings, and refused with a smile. He knew that her identity wasn't ordinary, but right now he didn't need her to do anything for him. Moreover, she had already paid for it. Senior Godly Doctor, not only are you skilled in martial arts, but your medical skills are also so high, so you must be a master. I wonder if I have the honor to know your name, so that in the future I can silently thank you. My name is not convenient to say. Then will we meet again in the future? Seeing that he didn't tell her his name, it meant that he didn't want his identity to be exposed. Mu Hongyan felt that it was a pity, but there was nothing she could do. She could only hope that they would meet again in the future. Brother Godly Doctor, will you come to see me? Nana asked in a delicate and pitiful voice. Tang Zheng was slightly startled, but he really didn't want to hurt her young heart, so he said, I will come to see you, and I will also bring you a gift. Mu Hongyan clearly saw that he was just about to refuse, but Nana's question made him change his mind. It seemed that he cared a lot about Nana. As long as he agrees to come see Nana, then it's a good thing. Mu Hongyan thought in her heart. Senior Godly Doctor, our door is always open for you. You are welcome to come at any time. This is my phone number, if you need anything you can contact me. Mu Hongyan handed a business card to Tang Zheng. On it was only Mu Hongyan's name and a phone number. Tang Zheng put it away, and just as he was about to leave, Mu Hongyan's phone rang. Caught it. Mu Hongyan's face lit up, and said, Did you confess? No. Her eyebrows immediately furrowed. The enemy's patience had exceeded her expectations. Tang Zheng had already guessed that the assassin must have been caught. His heart moved, and he asked, You caught the assassin? Mu Hongyan nodded. Can I go take a look? Tang Zheng asked. He wasn't sure if the assassin was after him, or Mu Hongyan and her mother. After the incident with Xiao Fei, he had a strong sense of vigilance towards hidden dangers, and wanted to nip any danger in the bud as soon as possible. Mu Hongyan obviously didn't have any objections, and the two of them went together to a remote place. From afar, Tang Zheng could see a few figures pacing back and forth in front of the door. These were her bodyguards. These people are all rank 1 and rank 2 martial artists. Just what is Mu Hongyan's identity? How could she have such a strong security force? Tang Zheng was full of suspicions. One of the bodyguards had already come up to greet them. He gave Tang Zheng a meaningful look, and then respectfully reported to Mu Hongyan. The assassin's mouth was very tight, and he was also very professional. It was obvious that he had undergone anti-torture training. They had tried many methods, but they couldn't pry open his mouth. Madam, it's all because we're useless. The bodyguard said dejectedly. Mu Hongyan was also at her wit's end, but she was also unwilling to give up. Can you bring me to take a look? Tang Zheng suddenly said. Mu Hongyan hurriedly said, Senior, please. The assassin was tied to an iron pillar. His body was drenched, and there were many bloodstains. He was battered and exhausted, but his eyes were like a poisonous snake's, still shining with a faint cold light. When he saw Tang Zheng, his pupils involuntarily trembled, and he stared at him fixedly. Tang Zheng also looked at him. From the assassin's eyes, he had already determined that the assassin was here for him, and not Mu Hongyan and her daughter. Your target is me? Tang Zheng asked coldly. The assassin sneered. The answer was self-evident. Mu Hongyan was shocked. So she was an innocent bystander. However, she didn't blame Tang Zheng. Instead, she hated the assassin. He actually dared to assassinate the senior godly doctor. This was no different from assassinating her. Just who are you? Mu Hongyan scolded. The assassin sneered, but didn't comment. In fact, he had been preparing for the assassination for a few days. He had also followed Tang Zheng for a few days. He originally thought that he would definitely succeed today, but he didn't expect that halfway through, Chen Yaojin would appear. He was a little regretful that he chose to make his move now. He should have waited until he was alone. Perhaps the success rate would have been higher. Madam Mu, can I be alone with him for a while? Tang Zheng wanted to interrogate the assassin, but he didn't want the assassin to reveal his identity, so he made this suggestion. Mu Hongyan didn't hesitate to agree. She walked out with her bodyguard, leaving only Tang Zheng and the assassin. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A strange aura spontaneously arose. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.